Slick.
For game change or anything?
No, I think we're all set up.
Okay.
You have their lineup, right?
Sure.
I have our both our lineups. Okay. Yeah.
It's okay, Mike took it.
Okay.
Audio check. Audio check. 1 2 1 2.
Slick.
There we go. All right. Welcome back to Norbrock, baseball fans. Sorry for some technical difficulties there at the very beginning. We are just underway here, 2 pitches in actually, with Isaac Edwards on the mound for the TRU WolfPack, who you might be able to see are sporting their shiny new uniforms. Sorry, I just caught a glimpse of second baseman Carter Spencer, who's wearing long pants for the first time since mosquito ball. Not sure. If he starts running awkwardly, you'll know why. Edwards, or Eddie as I'll probably refer to him periodically throughout the broadcast, is up 2 strikes, 1 ball. And he's going to elicit a fly ball into the gap here that's going to fall into the glove of center fielder Kai Sheck, who got on his horse and motored in, called off the 2 outgoing infielders, that being Gabe Powell and Carter Spencer, and made the catch. So 1 away here in the top of the first. And I'm sorry, just trying to get a glimpse. That was, I think, I didn't actually catch it, but I think Tyler Burton was batting. Don Biello, I believe, is the second batter for Victoria. Let's try and catch a glimpse on the back of the jersey. Appears to be number 11. So let's go with that. Two balls, no strikes to Biello. Ooh. And didn't get the call on that pitch either. So 3-0 to Biello here. Edwards will look to fight back, and he'll go outside for ball 4. So 4-pitch walk to Biello. Tries to get his teammates pumped up as he trots down to first base. They'll bring Ryan Deagle. I believe he's DHing today. Played first base in both games yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And anybody that tuned in yesterday will recognize the name Deagle, as he hit 3 home runs out of the park in the first game alone. Wolfpack were able to kind of tame him a little bit in the second game, but did his fair share of damage yesterday for sure. And Edwards will be cautious pitching to the big left-handed hitter here, who goes yard way more often than the average bear, so to speak. So Edwards up 1 strike on Deagle. And he's going to coast that one in for an outside pitch. I think Deagle thought it might have been a little high, maybe away, but the umpire gives Edwards the call. So Edwards up 2 strikes on Deagle. It's going to be way outside. Runners going. Miracle's throwing. Birch is tagging. And Biello is marching on his way back to the dugout. So tagged out by the third baseman, Manny Birch. So the Wolfpack were playing a big shift on Deagle. They'll readjust to that shift here. You got Carter Spencer, the second baseman, basically in a shallow right field. You've got Manny Birch, the third baseman, almost directly behind second base, as you can see there. And you've got the shortstop, Gabe Powell, playing in the second baseman's position. So Edwards way up in the count here, throws one away there just to make it a 2-2 count. Oh, it's just going to fall on a little bit low, ends up squeaking through Miracle's legs, the catcher. So the count now full, so Deagle battling back here. And as much as Edwards doesn't want to give anything for Deagle to hit out of the park, albeit a little bit less harmful now with the runner no longer on base, he's not going to want to lose him here after having a 0-2 count. That's going to be a ground ball towards Powell at second. Powell's going to just grab it, toss it to Edwards, and that'll be the second out of the inning. Sorry, that's the third out of the inning. I think I actually tuned in into the second batter of the game, not the first. That actually makes more sense here. So, yeah, Burton was the first batter. Biello was the second batter. He got on base. He was thrown out, stealing second, and then Deagle just grounded out to basically second base position, which was being played by Gabe Powell. And the shift worked like a charm against Deagle. And the Wolfpack will go into the bottom of the first inning with no score. All right, welcome back to Norbrock here as we enter the bottom of the first. Carter Spencer, the Wolfpack second baseman.
I feel like if I showed you guys, you would both. Actually, I do know. He's like Italian or speaks kind of Italian.
And he'll watch second pitch both outside for ball one and ball two.
I'll show you guys after the sitting. That's who's probably the last one.
Pitcher for Victoria is Jack McLeod, right-handed chucker who's thrown 3 straight balls to Spencer. Spencer walked 5 times yesterday, 3 times in the first game, 2 times in the second game, all of them on 4-pitch walks, and he'll see if he can work that here against McLeod. That'll be outside edge. Spencer nods in agreement, so he's seen the strike now, feeling out the zone. It'll be the same umpire crew from yesterday. Yesterday's first game umpire back behind the plate again for the first game today. Spencer will look for something to hit here, the delivery, and it's going to be high and ball 4. So a 5-pitch walk for Spencer, who will walk for the 6th time this weekend. He'll trot down to first base. He'll look to get that shiny white uniform nice and dirty here on the base paths. Hopefully with the help of Gabe Powell, who is the TRU shortstop coming to plate here. And it's going to be high and inside. Powell wisely avoids getting tagged on that. So the 1-0 pitch, nobody out here in the bottom of the first. Runner on first for the WolfPack. That'll be another high pitch. So McLeod looking to find his groove here early in the first inning. After walking Spencer and now down 2 balls to Powell. That'll be outside edge, strike 1. So McLeod brings the count to 2-1. And that'll be too far outside, so the count now 3-1 to Powell. Powell with a great start to the season so far. After yesterday, he's 5 for 11, batting .454 with 3 RBIs, pretty much picking up right where he left off in the CCWS last year, where he led the team with a close to 500 batting average, if not over. And he'll take another ball, and he'll trot down to first base for the free 90. That'll put Spencer over to second base. Everybody's uniform still nice and shiny white, and they'll hope to get motoring around the bases here in a way that might find some dirt on them and get some runs on the board for TRU, who are starting to threaten early here in the first inning. Jared Sucro, the TRU WolfPack right fielder, goes and has a quick chat with third base coach Ray Chadwick as the Victoria catcher gone out to go liaise with his pitching partner McLeod just to get themselves on the same page here. The catcher Beriskowski probably trying to just settle McLeod down, getting him into a groove here. And Sucro squares to bunt, retracts, but the pitch catches the outside edge, so strike 1 to Sucro. Another square to bunt. This one's going to be too far outside for the strike, so the count now 1-1. Another square. That one's going to be a high foul. Sucro uses his stair power to try and get that ball down on the ground so it doesn't get caught. Of course, anybody who's squaring to bunt, their biggest fear is seeing that ball come off the bat in a pop fly type of formation. That one too foul to be caught. So Sucro goes back, although with 2 strikes here, I'm guessing the bunt strategy will be taken off, and he'll go to work with a 1-ball, 2-strike count. That's going to be a swing. It's going to be a dribbler to second. It's going to do the same job as a bunt does anyway. Sucro almost beats out the throw as it was a slow hit to the shortstop. Shortstop makes the throw across the diamond to get the out, but not before runners advance to second and third. So Ryan Petrie, TRU first baseman, coming to the plate here. And he'll work with 2 runners in scoring position, that being Spencer on third and Powell on second, with 1 out here in the bottom of the first. That'll be high for ball 1. That's going to be outside for ball 2. Ooh. That was definitely McLeod's best pitch of the at-bat here. I'm guessing thought to be a little bit high by Blue, as he doesn't get the strike. So 3-0 to Petrie. And Petrie will watch ball 4 come in high. So Petrie will walk to first, and that'll load the bases. So Jack McLeod here, the starter for Victoria. Working to get into his groove here. Norbrock has 3 runners aboard, all who I believe got on with walks. And that'll bring Manny Recchi to the plate. Manny Recchi had an excellent day yesterday. His stats don't like to show up for me for some reason, but I assure you he had an excellent day at the plate yesterday. I don't think he actually played both full games, but his stats might indicate that he did if you were to just give him a glance. And he'll watch strike 1 come across to even the count at 1-1. Recchi, a very patient hitter, and usually puts that bat on the ball with authority, and he'll look to try and do the same here with 3 runners aboard. And that'll be inside for ball 2. That'll be high. So the count now 3-1 to Recchi. Recchi will be patient here as he knows a walk will score a run. And it might not be the sexiest way to get an RBI, but with the way both teams score runs here, they're not going to want to give anything up. And that's going to be ball 4. So definitely a high pitch there. That'll walk Recchi as he strips off his protective equipment. Spencer will trot down the line. And maybe the most telling thing about this is that bases are loaded, runs has scored, and not one WolfPack has got their new fancy uniforms dirty yet.
Good one. I'm not yelling at the JJ. Except for that is pretty good though. I gotta just go up there and let he come through. That was not a run. That was just a measure. Is Ryan here from the house? Right. No, that was just me.
I don't even have to look to see. I can tell by the music as Lucas Miracle has had the same walk-up song for the last 17 years. And he'll go to work here against McLeod with the bases loaded and the WolfPack up 1-0. And he'll watch the first pitch come across for strike 1. And it's going to be inside shot. It's going to be... Oh. So, I'm not sure if the shortstop caught that ball or if it one-hopped into his glove. But nonetheless, the inning is over. Sorry, folks, I kind of had my head down in the lineup and I heard the bat crack. I actually think... Sorry, folks. So that was a one-hopper into the shortstop's glove. I actually thought they may have turned a triple play, but I forgot that Sucro had gotten out on the fielder's choice, where he advanced the runners on his short hit earlier in the inning. So I thought that the shortstop may have caught that and then turned a double play as all the runners were going on contact. But that was not the case. It was a one-hop into the shortstop glove who turned a neat double play, and in addition to Sucro's out, that gave them the second and third out they needed to end the inning. So Isaac Edwards will return to the mound for action here in the top of the second. The WolfPack, who had loaded the bases for a lot of that inning, end up with only 1 run. So Hopefully that won't come back to haunt them, but they'll be happy that they came out with something, and they'll go to work here defensively in the top of the second. All right, top of the second inning, Jai Berezowski, the right-handed hitter for Victoria Golden Tide, leads off the inning for Victoria, and he'll hit one right to Manny Birch, who is Johnny on the spot, or Manny on the spot there for the first out of the inning. One pitch, one out. Isaac Edwards will be happy with that, and that'll bring to the plate Tyson Dimiturko, the Victoria second baseman.
I know you guys know.
It's going to be a ground ball towards Powell. Powell will field it cleanly on the hop. He'll go across the diamond to Petrie. He'll stretch out, make the catch. 2 pitches, 2 outs. No pressure on Eddie here to try and go 3 up, 3 down. And he'll go up against the first baseman today for Victoria, Tom Plant. It wasn't an out, but he'll take the strike to go up 1 strike on Plant. That'll be 2 strikes on Plant. And swing and a miss. So Isaac Edwards is pumped as he walks off that field. And well, he should be. A 5-pitch performance, 2 groundouts, and a 3-pitch strikeout as Plant goes down swinging, and the Tide go down 3 up, 3 down, and the Wolfpack will go back into the bottom of the second here, looking to keep their offensive ways going, hoping to add at least 1, maybe more, as they take the bats. All right, we're back here in the bottom of the second. Kai Sheck, the WolfPack center fielder, with a count of 1 ball, no strikes. Just missed on the outside edge there, so that'll be 2-0 now to Sheck. Jack McLeod back on the mound for Victoria. The right-handed pitcher did good to get out of the inning. That's going to be a shot by Kai Sheck. It's going to go over the left fielder's head. It's going to hit the base of the fence. Sheck is going to round first and go to second, and he's going to dive in head first for a double. Sheck got all of that. And it hit the base of the fence. Left fielder didn't have a chance. It roofed him like a rocket. And Sheck will be happy with that. Sheck with a good weekend so far at the plate. Sheck was 2 for 6 on the weekend. Now 1 for 1 today. And that'll bring left fielder Cash Talbot to the plate. Talbot working with nobody out here. Runner in scoring position, that being Sheck on second. Talbot with a good game himself yesterday. Came in to pitch in the second game and did a great job. Statistically at the plate, I believe he was 1 for 9 on the day, so he'll look to improve on that, but he did get 4 RBIs. So I believe he had a triple in one of yesterday's game that fueled most of those RBIs. He'll look for another one here at this at-bat. The count quickly 3 balls, no strikes. And it's going to be outside edge for strike 1. So, Talbot patiently waits for a pitch that he wants to hit. That one wasn't it, but it'll go for a strike. That'll be too far outside. Sheck kind of gives it some consideration, but pulls back well before it even became a check swing, and he'll walk down to first base. Sorry, I think I keep calling Talbot Sheck, but so Talbot walks to first after Sheck's double to left field. That'll bring third baseman Manny Birch to the plate. Birch squares to bunt. Almost takes it off the forehead. So Birch will go back to work here with 1 ball and no strikes with runners on first and second. And as they tend to do with runners on first and second and nobody out, Birch will square to bunt, and he'll watch that one low and away. So, of course, Birch looking to be this almost a sacrificial lamb here. If he can get on base with a bunt, that is definitely a bonus, but he's just looking to advance the runners to get them into both in the scoring position to take off a force. Oh, and that pitch was down the middle, and Birch definitely committed to it. Don't know if he touched it with his bat or not, but it ended up getting a chunk of the catcher. That's Jai Berezowski for Victoria, who will shake that one off, and Manny Birch will go back to work. So 2-1 count to Birch. Another square. Oh, it's going to be bad news, bad news, bad news, bad news, and that was indeed bad news. So I think I talked about it earlier. Bunter's nightmare. That ball popped up high. The pitcher had tons of time to get under it. Unfortunately, Sheck was already on his way to third, so by the time he hits the break to get back, it ends up being a double play. So Birch flies out. They double up Sheck because he wasn't able to get back to tag up, and instead of runners on first and second with nobody out, they now only have runners on first with 2 away, and Carter Spencer, the second baseman, will come to the plate here. It's going to be outside for ball one. It's going to be inside pitch. Spencer's going to hit towards the third baseman. He'll field it and go across the diamond, and they will get Spencer at first. So the inning ends after a promising start with 2 on and nobody out. The WolfPack are now done their at-bats in the bottom of the second. No runs to show for it. They strand a base runner, and they'll go back to work here at the top of the third defensively as Victoria Golden Tide come to the plate and try and get on the board. Third baseman Greer Peterson batting for Victoria. He'll watch ball one just on the outside. So no second perfect inning in a row for Edwards, who throws his first ball in quite a while. And that one will be ball two outside. So Edwards down quickly here, 3-0 to Peterson. He'll look to make Peterson swing the bat here. And that's outside edge for strike one. Looking around at the WolfPack defense, eerily similar to yesterday's games. And that's going to be a shot down the right field line. That's going to be for extra bases. Sucro's going to have to haul to get to the corner of the field where that ball's gone. And Peterson's going to be rounding second, heading, he's going to stop. And they're going to have a play almost at second. So Peterson was rounding second, heading to third, and I'm not sure if the third base coach stopped him. He probably would have gotten there in hindsight. Ball in from Sucro to Powell. Ended up almost giving Powell a chance to tag Peterson as he's making his way back to second. But Peterson safe at 2 with the double. There was a line drive down the right field line. They just kept slicing towards the corner. It was a batter's dream. So with a runner aboard, that brings up Mason Bondock, the Victoria right fielder, and he's going to square to bunt, and he's going to bunt on the ground. Miracle will pick it up and go to first, and they'll get the out, but not before Bondock advances Peterson to third. Golden Tide catcher Carter Sims, the left-handed hitter for Victoria. Had a great first game yesterday. I think he played both games if I'm not mistaken. He'll watch a breaking ball just land a little out for ball one. He's got a runner in scoring position with a teammate on third. WolfPack defense is in, and it's going to be another rip to right field. It's going to land almost identical to Peterson's hit. It's going to roll to the corner, Sims is going to hold up at 2 with a stand-up double and an RBI. So Golden Tide come back and tie the game at 1 here in the top of the third with a couple of back-to-back doubles off of Edwards. So 1 away here in the top of the third. That's going to bring, I believe, leadoff hitter Tyler Burton to the plate. Burton with a runner in scoring position, that being Sims on second. And he'll watch a curveball break just a little bit outside for ball 1. So Burton a threat here as well to lay down a bunt. He didn't square, but he's got speed that can pretty much get him to first base, potentially no matter where the ball goes. Edwards gets called strike 1 on the outside edge, and that brings the count to 1-1 with 1 out here in the top of the third. And it's going to be inside. I think Burton was hoping that might tag him, but Burton with no elbow pad probably had to bring his arm in a little bit more cautiously. So 2-1 to Burton. It'll be high and inside. So 3-1 now to the leadoff hitter for, or at least leadoff in the game, not this inning, but leadoff hitter for Victoria. Edwards was third on the team, I think, for an ERA last year with 3.18 ERA. Had a strong preseason. He'll walk Burton on that pitch, high and outside. So runners now at first and second with 1 away here in the top of the third. Edwards with a strong preseason. Actually named, I believe, WolfPack Player of the Week after their 10-day trip down to Arizona, where he got lots of action, and memory serves, I think he had I want to say a 0 ERA. I don't know if it was that low, but he had a very good ERA. That's going to be a curveball that catches the inside of the plate. Edwards, a bit of a breaking ball specialist, as I like to say. Doesn't try and overpower the hitters, just tries to kind of keep them thinking with the pitches that are all over the place once they leave his hand. And that's going to be a high fly ball to center field. Kai Sheck looks like he's going to camp underneath it. Runners are tagging. Sheck's going to get the ball in, and the runner will advance from second to third on the tag up. So after the Biello fly out, Deagle comes to the plate. Runner's going to second, and that ball's going to hit Deagle in the knee. So Burton, who is probably hoping to get a stolen base there, will advance on the hit by pitch. So bases loaded now for the Golden Tide, who have kind of turned the tides on the WolfPack here. WolfPack had bases loaded in the bottom of the first. We're only able to score 1 run. Now the Tide with 2 out and bases loaded here, who have scored 1 run, go to work with Jai Berezkowski, the catcher, and he'll swing and a miss. WolfPack would love to hold the Golden Tide to 1 run here. It'll be a little bit high for ball 1. So the count 1-1 to Berezkowski. Berezkowski 0 for 1 in this game. Had a good day yesterday, going 5 for 9 with 3 RBIs. That'll be in there for strike 2. The rare fastball down the middle thrown by Edwards handcuffs Berezowski a little bit. Not sure if he was expecting that, and he's now working with a 1-2 count with 2 out here. And that'll be in the dirt. It's going to get away from Miracle. Miracle's not able to find it. It's towards the dugout. If they're not careful, 2 runs will score. As it turns out, 1 run scores. That being Sims comes across the plate. And Burton probably had to be held back from trying to round third to go home. And quite frankly, probably would have had a good chance, as Miracle had a hard time picking up where that ball went after it hit his knee guard or shin guard and shot off towards the visitors' dugout. So Berezowski goes back to work with 2 balls and 2 strikes. And it's going to be a ground ball towards Powell, who will make the throw across the diamond, not in time. Difficult play for Powell for sure. Had to grab the ball on the backhand as he was in a full sprint towards the left field line. Planted, gave it a moment to consider his options because he did have a runner going from second to third, but decided to go across the diamond. It might have been the only chance he had at an out, and Berezowski was able to beat out the long throw. So another run scores. So 3 runs here in the top of the third for the Golden Tide. Give Victoria a 3-1 lead here early in the game. And that'll bring Tyson Dimiturko, the Victoria second baseman, to the plate. That's going to be a high fly ball, extremely shallow. Miracle's going to try and find it in the sky, and he'll make the catch halfway between home plate and the TRU dugout. So the foul pop fly ends the inning for Victoria, but not before they add 3 runs, their first 3 of the day, but they take a 3-1 lead going into the bottom of the third, where TRU look to try and generate some offense to try and get back into this game. I see Coach Chadwick has gathered the troops just outside the dugout, and he's having a bit of a chinwag with them here, trying to probably get them settled. Must have seen something he's not particularly liking. I'm not sure if it's going to be about the at-bats or the defense. I'm guessing the former, as they're about to head out and be on the sticks here. And they've definitely not taken advantage of the opportunities that they have created with runners on base. I haven't kept track of how many they left on, but for 2 innings of work on the offense, it's been a pretty big number. Shortstop Gabe Powell to lead off the inning. And he'll hit a foul ball towards the TRU dugout for strike 1. Swing and miss for strike 2. So Powell quickly down 2 strikes. Jack McLeod back on the bump for Victoria in his 3rd inning of work. That's going to be a foul ball. Keeps Powell alive. Powell, who definitely likes those pitches that are a little bit up and a little bit in, gets that one off the handlebar. And when he connects, he does exactly what he wants usually. And he'll watch that one a little up and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Powell. Powell not credited with an at-bat yet today, so I think he walked in the first at-bat. Powell amongst the team leaders last year for batting average. I think he fell about 4th with an impressive .291. Tied for the most hits on the team with Jared Sucro with 34, and he'll watch a ball very high. High and inside, he was able to leave that one alone. That one was way too high and inside, even for Powell, and he'll trot down to first base with an inning opening walk to give TRU yet another base runner. And that will prompt a trip to the mound by Victoria coach. I think they're going to be looking at McLeod's finger. I'm not sure if he's got a blister type issue, but given the motion that the coach gave to the umpire, that is what it seemed like. So Jared Sucro comes to the plate here. Sucro, who I mentioned, was tied with the team lead for hits last year with 34 with Powell. He actually led the team in batting average with 386 average. Sucro had a very impressive on-base percentage of .471, which was good enough for second on the team, just behind Spencer. And Sucro last year had 15 RBIs. He had, I'm not sure how many RBIs yesterday. And of course, Sucro, who is not shy to steal bases, had 7 stolen bases last year. Powell, who's actually on first right now, led the team in stolen bases with 8. At least as far as returning players go. And it looks like Victoria will make a pitching change. Based, obviously I'm not privy to their conversation, but based on what it looked like in the trip to the mound, it looks like the Victoria coach was concerned about something on McLeod's hand or finger. So usually for a pitcher, that's going to be some sort of a blister issue or something of that nature. And after 2 complete innings, McLeod will come out having allowed 1 run on 1 hit. Number of walks given up by McLeod, but otherwise was able to hold TRU at bay for his 2 innings, and I don't think that's what Victoria wanted to do. I think they wanted to probably stretch McLeod out a little bit longer than 2 innings, but they will turn to a right-handed pitcher for Victoria. That's going to be number 15, who I'll get some details on here shortly. Of course, the WolfPack yesterday with a nice 2-win performance, going 2-0 to start off the 2026 CCBC spring season. Looking at the out-of-town scoreboard, which I don't think I touched on yesterday, I can tell you that Edmonton beat UFV 11-5 on Friday. PBA took 10 innings but beat the University Baseball Club 7-5, and Okanagan College shut out the University of Calgary Dinos 5-0. Yesterday, other games on the slate yesterday for the CCBC showed PBA beat the University Baseball Club 1-0. So PBA 2-0 after day 1. UBC 0-2, albeit both very close games, with the first game going to 10 innings. Looks like yesterday's game was 1 in 9. Edmonton lost to UFV yesterday 3-2. UBC actually beat PBA yesterday. Actually, sorry, I shouldn't say that. It looks like they beat them. That game wasn't finalized, but it appears as though they beat them. UFV beat Edmonton Collegiate in the second end of the doubleheader yesterday, 11-3. And of course, your TRU WolfPack won 17-14 in a back-and-forth game, or a quasi-back-and-forth game in the opener yesterday, and then in the second end of the doubleheader, the Thompson Rivers University WolfPack end up mercying Victoria Collegiate in the second game after scoring a multitude of runs in the bottom of the eighth and give them a 10-run pad. So, looking at today, for games underway, you've got PBA beating UBC 4-1. You've got Edmonton Collegiate beating UFB in the top of the sixth. Okanagan College is taking it to the Calgary Dinos 18-7. Actually, those look like they're both finals from today. At least that's how the scoreboard reads. 18-7 OC over University of Calgary, and then in the second game, 12-2. And of course, games underway. You've got Victoria Collegiate right now beating TRU 3-1. With another game slated to go at around 2 o'clock. So the standings early here in the CCBC season shows Okanagan College at 3-0. They'll lead the pack, but they've played one more game than anybody else. TRU right up there, and PBA shows at 2-0. VIU haven't registered any games in the standings yet. Victoria Collegiate, of course, 0-2 after the opening doubleheader yesterday against TRU. Calgary 0-3, and they haven't registered the UFE games. Haven't been registered on the scoreboard here either, so those games won't count in the standings. And UBC showing at 0-2, with the Edmonton games also not being registered. So those games will start to get registered as the weekend goes on. We'll have a better idea of the standings, but it's early. They don't really matter. And we're back to work here now. And it's going to be a ground ball by Sucro to second base, who's going to give them a tailor-made double play. So one pitch for the new pitch and 2 out. So Ryan Petrie, first baseman for TRU, will come to bat with 2 away now here in the bottom of the third. It's going to be outside edge for strike one on Petrie. Petrie looking at a 2-ball, 1-strike count. This can be hacked towards the TRU dugout for a foul ball. So the count now even at 2-2 for Petrie. It's be a ground ball. It's going to find the gap between short and third. So a nice base hit by Petrie. He'll trot to first base for the single. Put that in the perfect spot. No chance for either Peterson or Sims, the left side infield defenders for Victoria. And TRU will try and get something going here after having a double play turn earlier in the inning for the 2 outs. So that'll bring Manny Recchi to the plate. Recchi walked in his first at bat, watches the ball in the dirt there. for ball one. Be way outside. Catcher stretches out nicely to keep that ball from going to the backstop. That'll keep Petrie at first. Two and 0 to Recchi. That'll be way outside for ball three. So the new pitcher for Victoria is Brandon Burns. I think he's seeing his first action of the weekend. He's currently looking at a 3-0 count against the TRU hitter, Recchi. And that'll be down the middle for strike one, but Recchi with a 3-0 count. We'll let that slide by. So 3-1 to Recchi here in the bottom of the third with a runner on first. That's going to be a nice shot to left center. I think it's going to go over Burton's head and in the gap. So we got Petrie who's going to round. He's going to get sent to third. He's going to get to home, and he's going to come across the plate safely. Ryan Petrie goes from first to third on a great hit into the left center gap by Manny Recchi, who continues his hot ways at the plate this weekend. Petrie looks gassed, but he'll high-five his teammates as he comes off the field towards the dugout, and he'll account for TRU's only run of the inning here. Their second run of the game as they close the gap to a 3-2 Victoria lead. That'll bring Lucas Miracle to the plate, the TRU catcher, with a runner in scoring position, that being Recchi at second. It's going to be a foul ball straight back to the backstop. One and one to Miracle with two out here. Recchi the runner on third. That'll be away and in the dirt. Nice job by Berezowski to keep that one from getting by him. Miracle 0 for 1 in this game, was 2 for 4 yesterday in the first game when he was the catcher of record for the WolfPack. Had 2 RBI, and he'll watch that one well high for ball three. I didn't hear anything. And high for ball four. So Burns, whose first pitch resulted in a double play, then gave up a single to Petrie, a double to Recchi, and now a walk to Miracle, who will get replaced on the base paths by Brendan Grant, who appears to be Lucas Miracle's personal designated runner. Of course, the catcher in the CCBC always getting a designated runner. And Kai Sheck comes to the plate here. He'll foul the first one off into the right field parking lot. Sheck, who had, as memory serves, a double earlier this game. Sheck 1 for 1 today, 2 for 6 yesterday. Had an RBI yesterday, would love to get another one here with Recchi on second. And he's going to put that one way foul down the first baseline. So Sheck quickly down 2 strikes. Sheck's hit earlier today was a rocket that went over the left fielder's head and hit the base of the fence in left field. And Check, I believe, slid into second for the double. And he's going to watch ball one high and away. Another high pitch by Burns will bring the count even at 2. So 2s across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out here in the bottom of the third. TRU down 3-2. Sheck hoping to change that with a swing of the bat here. That'll be high. So Sheck patient after quickly being down 2 strikes and has brought the count back up to full. So full count here with 2 out. Runners on first and second. They'll be going on the pitch, hopefully. And Sheck can put something into play here. And that's going to be a foul ball into the parking lot. Even a single here with the runners going on the pitch, a single here by Sheck might even be able to score Recchi, who's no slouch in the speed department. Runners are going. Pitch is outside for ball 4. So not the base hit I was speaking of, but Sheck patiently works his count to full and then walks to first. That'll load the bases for Cash Talbot, the TRU left fielder. Talbot will watch the first pitch, catch the inside edge for strike 1. And it'll be outside. Talbot thought about it, wisely left it. It's in the dirt on the outside. That'll bring the count to 1-1. Talbot, I believe, walked earlier in the game. 1 for 9 yesterday. Had 4 RBIs yesterday with I believe, a triple. No doubt he's hoping for something similar here. The count 2-1. He's looking to do anything that will help get the WolfPack some more runs and tie this game at least. That'll be high for ball 3. So the count now 3-1 to Talbot. That'll be inside. Oh. So everybody on the field thought that was ball 4. Everybody, except for, unfortunately, the umpires. So Talbot was literally halfway trotting. Sheck almost got burned on first. He was trotting over to second. And Talbot's come back here with the count full now, and that's going to be outside for ball 4. Talbot instinctively tossed the ball down on what was appeared to be an obvious outside pitch for ball 4, and then stopped. I'm guessing genuinely stopped to check with the umpire to make sure he wasn't wrong that time. Tough job Blue has. Everyone's a critic, and everyone always is able to second guess and use 50-50 hindsight. Our CCBC umpires definitely do a good job for the most part here, and I commend them for the work they do and the quality in which they are usually able to do it. It'll be a trip to the mound by the Victoria catcher. So that walk to Talbot brought in the tying run. So that's 2 runs now in the bottom of the third here. Bases are still loaded for the WolfPack. Manny Birch, the third baseman, comes to the plate here, looking to try and do some damage. And that's going to be low for ball 1. To which looks like the pitcher is a little bit in disagreement. High and low are definitely not pitches that I have a good view on here, so I try and reserve judgment. Ooh, inside for ball 2, almost off the handlebar or hands of Birch. So a 2 away here. Runners will be going on contact. If Birch can put this anywhere in the field for a single, that will score Brendan Grant, the runner at third, and possibility of bringing in Kai Sheck, the runner at second. And that's going to be in the dirt for ball 3. So a 3-0 count to Birch, who I'm guessing will be putting the bat firmly on his shoulder here to make Burns throw him a strike. A walk will score a run. And that'll be high and away for ball 4. So Birch will walk to first. Grant will trot across and touch home plate, he being the runner for Lucas Miracle. And there'll be another trip to the mound by the catcher and this time the coach. So the Victoria coach is definitely not afraid to come out and talk to their chuckers on the mound when they are struggling a little bit. And quite frankly, it's something that seems to work quite well for them. So I definitely don't know why they would ever stop. Carter Spencer, the next at-bat for the WolfPack, and he's getting the gears from some of the WolfPack faithful who have either played with or watched him play. And the new uniforms that came in, I think I mentioned earlier, don't have short pants as an option, something that Spencer's worn for the better part of a decade. So he's getting some jeers from the crowd about his unintentional new look. So with bases loaded here in the bottom of the third, WolfPack have scored 3. They have 2 out, and Spencer to the plate. And he'll watch high for ball 1. And that one's in the dirt for ball 2. Spencer's 0 for 1 today. Spencer was 3 for 6 yesterday with 4 RBIs. He walked, I believe, in his first at-bat here today, which was his 6th walk of the weekend. And he'll watch that one high for ball 3. Spencer had a team-high walk, 24 walks last year. He'll watch strike 1 come across the plate there, make the count 3-1. Spencer led the team in walks last year with 24, at least as far as returning players go, but I believe that was for the entire squad. And he's got a quarter of that here after the first, or during the third game. Looks like Burns and the catcher are having some communication issues. Pitch is coming. That's high and outside. So Spencer will get his 7th walk of the weekend, and that will score another run as Burns looks to find his groove here in the bottom of the 3rd. The Wolfpack has scored 4 runs to go ahead 5-3. So the Wolfpack trying to make the most of their base runners. They had struggled with that earlier in the game. Gabe Powell, the shortstop, who's always good for RBIs, will look to try and live up to that reputation. He'll watch strike 1. Powell led the team last year with 20 RBIs. And that one's going to curve across the center of the plate for strike 2. So 2 good pitches by Burns here has him up 2 strikes in the count to shortstop Powell. Pitcher steps off, more communication with his catcher. And that's going to be a shot into center field, and that's going to one hop by Burton. Nice job by Burton. Lucky to not get past him. I think he was going for the catch. Realized at the last second that that wasn't going to happen. So the Wolfpack will score 2 there as Cash Talbot and Manny Birch both come across the plate. There's a line drive to shallow center field. Burton, who's got good wheels, charged in, and he had to get it on the short hop. Very lucky if that ball gets by him. The speedy Powell is likely turning that into an inside the park home run and clearing the bases. So Burton does a good job to prevent that from happening. That'll leave 2 runners aboard for the Wolfpack. That's Spencer on 2nd and Powell on 1st, who just hit a single. That brings Jared Sucro to the plate, who just watched strike 1. And Burns quickly up 0-2 on Sucro, as he was on Powell. They'll be outside in the dirt. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runners take their leads. Sucro goes to work with a 1-2 count. They'll be outside for ball 2, so the count now even at 2s. Must be fouled back to the screen. So Sucro stays alive. Sucro 0 for 2 today, 2 for 8 so far on the weekend. And he's going to put a high, very foul ball into the left field parking lot. Burns looking to stop the bleeding as the Wolfpack have added 6 here in the bottom of the 3rd. They've relinquished their 3-1 lead, now down 7-3. That ball's going to be the left field. The left fielder's going back, and that ball is out of here. Jared Sucro hits his first home run of the season, and he'll round the bases. Spencer coming in to score, Powell coming in to score, and that 3-run dinger by Jared Sucro marks the first for the Wolfpack this season, and he'll get congratulated by his teammates at home plate with smiles all around. That will give the TRU Wolfpack 9 runs here in the bottom of the third, and they'll go up 10-3 with the bases emptied. Ryan Petrie, TRU's first baseman, coming up, trying to follow Sucro's act. Big swing, but he'll knock that back into the screen. Another one back to the screen. No conservative swing for Sucro there with 2 strikes, and he took that pitch and launched it to left field. Really hard to tell how hard it came off the bat, but you can see the left fielder just kind of turned and started running towards the fence and could only watch as it went over. So Petrie down 2 strikes here. We'll watch outside for ball 1. Sucro matches his total from last year, had 1 dinger in 2025. As I recall, I can't remember what series it was last year, but I think Sucro hit his dinger early in the season last year as well at Norbrock. And Petrie goes back to work here in the bottom of the third with the count even at 2. That's going to be a shot out to right field. The right fielder's not going to get to it. It's going to land just foul. That right field shot landed about 2 feet. It sliced 2 feet foul of the right field line. So Petrie tries to do the opposite side of Sucro. Sucro went left. Petrie just went deep right, landed foul. He'll go back to work with a 2-2 count and 2 away here. And that'll be in the dirt. That'll make the count full. Burns starting to show a little frustration here. Wolfpack have done most, if not all, of their damage with a couple of out. And they'll be high. And Petrie patiently waits and gets the walk, and that will prompt another trip to the mound by the Victoria coaching staff. In fact, the entire infield will come in to talk to Burns, try and get everything settled. They're actually going to relieve him here. So Victoria going through some pitching here early in the game, undoubtedly not what their game plan was. Burns comes off after 2/3 of an inning. Things looked really good for Burns when he first came in, as memory serves. He came in and threw 1 pitch, and that turned into a double play. Actually, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, Jared Sucro that actually hit into that double play. And those were the only 2 outs, and then the Wolfpack kind of started to make their way around the bases, mostly by walks, but not all by walks. And then Jared Sucro came back out in the same inning and hit a 3-run shot over the left field fence that has given the Wolfpack a good portion of their 9 runs here in the bottom of the third. All right, Manny Recchi back up to the plate. I believe it's his second at-bat of the inning. And he'll hit a slow grounder to the shortstop who can't handle it, but he's able to pick it up and get it to second in time for the forced play, and that will end the inning. Quinn Fast back into pitch, and I say back into pitch because he pitched yesterday. So he does a nice job to come in and elicit the ground ball that allows Victoria to get their third out of the inning and send them to the plate in the top of the fourth. But with 9 runs in the bottom of the third, the TRU WolfPack have taken a somewhat commanding 10-3 lead. And for a rare time this weekend, they've actually out-hit Victoria so far with 6 hits compared to Victoria's 3. All right, so Isaac Edwards, after an extremely long break in between the top of the third and the top of the fourth, is back out on the mound. He might even take a bit of time to get warmed up here. I think he had to wait for Victoria to have two pitching changes last inning. And the Wolfpack put up 9 runs, so definitely behind schedule, if you will, as far as gameplay goes, but that's all right. Edwards will shake it off, and he'll go back to work, and he'll throw a nasty curveball for strike 2. The count now 1-2 to the Victoria hitter, who appears to be first baseman Tom Plant. That's going to be a swing and a foul tip. Miracle clutching the hamstring of his right leg on that foul tip. I'm not sure if the ball went under him and stung him there or if he's tweaked something, but he'll walk it off, as he tends to do. It's going to be a hard ground ball, and that's going to find the gap between short and third. And it's going to go to Talbot in left field. He'll get that ball in. Plant leads off the inning for Victoria with a single. That's going to be another base hit. That's going to land short of center field and double hop to Sheck, who will get that ball in. But Victoria with a quick start to this inning with the 2 runners on. Plant's now on second. That was Peterson who batted there for a single to get to first. So the first 2 runners are aboard for the Golden Tide. And Edwards will go back to work here against Mason Bondock, the Victoria right fielder. It's going to be another shot to center field. And Sheck dives forward. He's going to make the catch. He called the catch. So the second baseman wasn't sure if the umpire had called that a catch. Sheck appears to be shaken up a little bit in center field after making the catch. He had to charge hard and dive forward. That's usually when things like hands and wrists start to fold underneath you, or maybe he's just winded, I can't tell. I can see that he's kind of bent over, hands on knees, as his fellow fielders tend to him. Looks like he just kind of shaking off the impact of hitting the ground. So Sheck gets an out there, nice catch. That definitely prevented runners from advancing. And Sheck was lucky, much like Burton earlier in the game. He kind of committed this time. Sheck came up with the catch here, but in both cases, if that ball squeezes by that center fielder, then the runner's going a long way. And the hit by pitch as Edwards beans Sims between the shoulder blades. Edwards shaking his head a little bit. Disappointed in himself on that pitch, and with bases loaded, that's going to bring the top of the lineup out for Victoria. That's going to be the center fielder, Tyler Burton. So the one thing that the Victoria Golden Tide have done extremely well, or one of the things I guess I should say that they've done extremely well here this weekend, is they don't give up. So even though TRU planted 9 runs on them in the bottom of the 3rd, Victoria comes out in the top of the 4th, and with 1 out, they've got bases loaded. And they have the ability to put up runs as well, which they'll look to do here to try and cut the lead. Currently 10-3 for TRU. Outside. Miracle tried to sell it outside edge, but ump wasn't buying. A swing and a miss by Burton for strike 2. That's going to be in the dirt. Miracle does a nice job keeping it in front of him, or directly below him as it turned out. He had a hard time finding it as it was so dead center below him. But he picks that ball up. Runners stay put. Burton 0 for 1 today, was 4 for 11 on the day yesterday. You know, if you're getting 11 at-bats in a couple of games, that your offense has done well. That's going to be a swing and a miss. So Edwards will sit down the UVic leadoff hitter. That provides a little bit of relief for TRU with some work to do here still as Dom Biello, the left fielder, comes to the plate. Biello no slouch himself, but he'll come to the plate with bases loaded and 2 out here in the top of the 4th. Curveball there just falls short. He'll be in there for strike 1. bottom part of the strike zone, it appeared, but strike nonetheless. So it's 1-1 now to Bielo. Bielo 0 for 1 today. Had a good day yesterday, being 4 for 8 with a couple of RBIs. And another breaking ball is going to be foul tipped by Bielo. Miracle will throw in a new ball. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Bielo, who's working with 3 runners aboard and 2 away here in the top of the 4th. And that'll be another breaking ball for strike 3. So Edwards and the WolfPack bend but don't break, and Eddie runs off excited as he gets out of a jam there with bases loaded. Victoria isn't able to cash in any of those runners, walking away with 0 runs in the top of the 4th, and the WolfPack will go back to work on the sticks with a 10-3 lead going into the bottom of the inning. Yeah. All right, there's the ding-dong Lucas Miracle himself coming to the plate to start the bottom of the 4th for the WolfPack. Miracle will take a half-hearted swing at a pitch he wasn't really sure about, but that'll be worth strike 1. That'll be high for ball 1, so 1-1 to Miracle. Miracle 0 for 1 today, was the catcher yesterday in the first game for the WolfPack, where he went 2 for 4 with a couple of RBIs. Miracle, a first-team All-Star, CCBC All-Star in 2024, I believe. He'll watch ball 3 come in high. Miracle 3rd in batting average last year for the WolfPack with .306. Big swing and a miss on that one. That brings the count to full. That'll be low and away for an obvious ball 4. And Miracle will trot down to first, who will touch the bag, and Brendan Grant wastes no time running out to go replace Lucas on the base path. Gotta say, WolfPack looking good in their shiny new white uniforms. They've added this to the mix. The WolfPack now with I think, 6 different uniform sets to work with, going back to their OG all-black jersey with orange accent, as well as their OG all-orange jersey with black accent. They got a set of creams, which are probably the least popular of the group, and then a set of brown with orange pinstripes, which you either love or hate. Kai Shek, the batter, will watch inside edge for strike 1. And they've added 2 new uniforms for this year, the bright whites that you're looking at with mostly orange and a little bit of orange accents with black trim. And they look sharp, at least in their first day of use. And that's going to, the last one was inside. This one was way inside and off of Shek's hip. So Shek will gladly wear that breaking ball. It won't leave a mark. Shek will trot down to first. Grant will trot over to second, and that will bring Cash Talbot, the left fielder, to the plate for the third batter of the inning here in the bottom of the 4th. And we haven't seen him yet, but the Wolfpack have also added pretty much an all-black uniform with some orange highlight. They might be wise to wear the black ones while the temperatures are still cool here and resort to their lighter shade ones as the summer starts to make its way to Kamloops. Pitcher's going to step off. So Talbot working with a 1-strike count so far. And it's going to be high and inside to even the count at 1. Talbot, a TRU rookie this year. Freshman from the island. Had a big hit yesterday, a triple. Also managed to knock in 4 RBIs. He's hasn't been credited with an at-bat yet today, even though I think this is his 3rd at-bat. I should say 3rd plate appearance. And he's going to swing and a miss. And it was a drop 3rd strike, but with runners on 1st and 2nd, Talbot couldn't make his way to 1st, so he'll make his way to the dugout as the first out of the inning here for the Wolfpack. Fast back on the mound for Victoria. He'll be high and inside for ball 1. I believe Fast is from White Rock, British Columbia. Not sure if he played with the Tritons out there or what organization he played with, but looks like he's from White Rock. Be a swing and a miss by Birch. So the count 2-1 to Manny Birch, TRU 3rd baseman. The Wolfpack with 2 runners aboard. That'll be a little bit high and inside. So the count now 3-1 to Birch. It's going to be really high and really foul. And that'll bring the count to full. Oh, he's going to get rung up on an outside pitch. I'm not sure how close it was as far as Manny's concerned, but he had tossed down the bat looking to trot to first. And the umpire told him otherwise. So it looks like Quinn Fast, who pitched yesterday, has probably hit his limit. Looks like he's going to walk out with a one full inning of pitching under his belt. I think he threw just over 20 pitches today. I think that is on top of his 3 innings pitched yesterday. So Victoria is going to the bullpen yet once again. I'm gonna guess that this is going by memory here, the 4th Golden Tide pitcher. Yeah, it looks like McLeod started the game. Burns came in for relief, and Fast came in to relieve Burns for a total of 3.2 innings pitched. Flynn Vlahovic is the new pitcher on the mound for Victoria. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your surname there, Flynn. He'll be facing the top of the lineup for TRU, Carter Spencer, the second baseman. First pitch is a strike. That's going to be way outside. That's going to advance the runners. Brennan Grant will run to third. Kai Sheck will get to second. That'll take some pressure off of Spencer, who's no longer looking at any forces on the base paths. And we'll go back to work with a 1-on-1 count here with 2 out in the bottom of the 4th. TRU with no runs here yet in the bottom of the 4th. They've done most of their damage all game long with 2 outs. And with runners in scoring position and 2 out, Spencer's going to watch that pitch on the outside edge. Spencer not particularly happy with it. I think the ump's been pretty consistent with that call most of the day. Spencer will go back to work here with 2 strikes, looking for a base hit to try and score a run or 2. That's going to be high and inside. Spencer gets out of the way of that one. They'll even the count at 2. Spencer 0 for 1 today with I believe a couple of walks, 3 for 6 yesterday with 4 RBIs. And that's going to be inside for ball 3. So Spencer, as he often does, drives the count to full. That's going to be a ground ball towards shortstop. Shortstop is going to handle it and come across, and he's going to get Spencer out at first, and that will end the inning and end the threat. So the WolfPack leave a couple on base. Will come up goose eggs in the bottom of the 4th, but they'll still go into the top of the 5th with a pretty solid 10-3 lead. And Isaac Edwards will come back out to the mound for TRU. Looks like he's only pitched about 58 pitches, give or take. So he's in a pretty good position to continue going here. Looking at the TRU defense, looks like they are set the same as they have been for most of the weekend. Definitely today. I see Kai Shek making his way out to center field, and I see Jared Sucro currently chatting with the second baseman, but he's going to make his way out to right field, and that will complete the ensemble, and the TRU defense will be the same as advertised since the beginning of the game. All right, Edwards will go to work against Victoria's home run hitter, Ryan Deagle, his designated hitter in this game. Deagle 0 for 1 today. Was 4 for 8 yesterday. And in the first game, I believe he was 3 for 4, with all three hits being bombs over the fence. Edwards working with 2 balls and 1 strike here in the top of the 5th. And that one's going to be way outside. Deagle ain't chasing, but you know that Edwards doesn't want to give Deagle a whole lot to hit here wisely. And that's going to be down the left field line, just foul. It landed about 30 feet behind the dirt path, the infield, but just to the left of the left field foul line. That's going to be a ground ball towards first. Petrie reached out and grabbed it. It kind of took a funny hop. It looked like it surprised Petrie a little bit. WolfPack were in their Deagle shift with the second baseman playing over in right field and basically abandoning almost the entire left side, which may have been why Deagle went down the left field line the first time, trying to take advantage of that open space. But it works, and the WolfPack record their first out of the inning. It's going to be a breaking ball, beautiful ball that the Victoria catcher Jai Berezowski took a huge fan at. And that's going to be off of Berezowski's butt, basically. So that one didn't break the way Edwards wanted it to. You can see him shaking his head in disappointment. So he'll give Berezowski a free base with the hit by a pitch. Berezowski, the Victoria catcher, will get swapped out with a runner at first. And that'll bring Tyson Dimiturko, the second baseman, to the plate for the Golden Tide. That's going to be outside for ball one. It's going to be a high fly ball to right field. Sucro's running back. Sucro's looking back. Sucro's at the fence, and he'll watch that ball go over the fence. Dimiturko hits one over the right field fence, and he'll trot around the bases for a 2-run shot that will bring the UVic Golden Tide to within 5. He'll be celebrated with his teammates. Dimiturko had a big game yesterday as well, or big day yesterday, 5 for 8 yesterday with a couple of RBIs, and he'll add a couple more there with a big shot that Sucro could only watch go over the fence. So again, no amount of lead is safe in this game, I think, for either team. Victoria actually led after 3, albeit only by a couple of runs. They're up 3-1. It's going to be a very high hit into left field. Looks like Talbot's going to come underneath it. He'll make the catch, and he'll throw the ball back in for a routine out. That'll give the WolfPack their second out of the inning. They came back with a monstrous bottom of the third where they scored 9 to go up 10-3. But now with 2 runs here in the top of the 5th for Victoria, they've made it a 10-5 game. And that's just kind of how the weekend's gone. That breaking ball is going to be fouled off by Greer Peterson, the Victoria third baseman. It's going to be a breaking ball. Peterson, I think, was hoping that would end up glancing off his bicep or at least the sleeve of his jersey as he kind of stoically held his spot as the ball curved in, but it misses him, but it goes for a ball. So 1-1 to Peterson. That's going to be it's going to be in foul territory. Ryan Petrie's getting underneath it. He'll make the catch, and that'll be the third out of the inning. Not before the Victoria Golden Tide chip away at their deficit. They were down 10-3 going into that inning. They are now down 10-5. So a 5-run lead for the WolfPack as they're going to take their at-bats here in the bottom of the 5th and hope to add to that 5-run lead. gave Powell the TRU Wolfpack shortstop. 1 for 1 in this game, 5 for 11 yesterday. I think I've talked about how well he's done at the plate this weekend. Now it very much mirrors the success he had in the CCWS in May 2025 when the Wolfpack, of course, made their big run to the championship finals. Powell, a big part of that. He'll watch a high pitch come in for ball 3. So quickly ahead in the count, 3-0. Vlahovic back on the mound for Victoria. It's going to be outside for ball 4. So Powell will skip down to first base for the free 90, and that will bring right fielder Jared Sucro to the plate. Sucro watches strike 1 across the outside edge of the plate. Sucro, in his last at-bat, hit a towering shot over the left field fence. Made it to the plate twice that inning, actually. He'll watch inside for ball 1, so 1-1 to Sucro, who's 1 for 3 on the day. Powell taking a conservative lead at first, and he's going to watch an outside pitch in the dirt to Sucro, who now sits at a 2-1 count. It's going to be a high but shallow fly ball around the center of the field. You've got the right fielder coming over, the center fielder coming over. Burton, the center fielder, will call off the right fielder and make the catch for the first out of the inning. And Powell stays put at first, and that'll bring Ryan Petrie, the TRU first baseman, to the plate, working with 1 out and 1 on here in the bottom of the 5th. Be down the middle for strike 1 to Petrie. The outside edge for strike 2 to Petrie. Petrie having a quick combo with the ump. I'm not sure Petrie thinks those are high, or I'm not sure what the complaint is. They look half decent from my admittedly poor angle. That'll be outside. Petrie leaves it. So 1-2 the count to Petrie. That'll be, Powell's going to steal second. Uh-oh. Powell comes up lame after rounding second. Is clutching his right knee or groin, I can't tell. Stole second and ran to second, stealing it, rounded second, and then stopped to come back. I think he may have jammed it up a little bit when he stopped to try and come back to second. And this is not something that WolfPack fans are going to be happy about here, is Powell, their shortstop, in obvious pain, and Coach Chadwick attending to him now as he lays on the ground trying to work out whatever he tweaked. Hopefully it's nothing serious. I know Powell has had hydration issues in the past, which can cause cramps. Thierry would definitely be happy if that was the case here. You see him working out the kink in that right knee. So Powell's standing at least, looking to try and work out whatever he tweaked. I'm not sure if he's thinking about staying in the game here. The WolfPack definitely are hoping he's okay. He's had a heck of a weekend, and he's obviously one of the important pieces to the plan for the WolfPack here this season. Powell, who I don't think missed any action last season. Of returning players, he led the team in games played at 31. Looks like they're going to bring in at least a pinch runner for Powell. He'll walk off the field under his own power, which is good. Looks like he's actually, as he walks, looks like he's getting a more comfortable stride, or more comfortable with his stride. They would be able to re-enter him if he's able to work it out between now and whenever, but right now I think their concern is more about his general health than whether or not they're getting him back in this game. So WolfPack leading 10-5 here with their at-bats in the bottom of the fifth. So Brendan Grant out to run for Powell. And with 2 out here, looks like Manny Recchi will come to the plate. Manny Recchi will watch outside for ball 1. Recchi 1 for 2 today, having a heck of a weekend himself. Oh, he's going to take that shot. Right field, way foul. Sorry, I guess I could have updated you folks sooner, as I don't think you can see that part of the field on your screen. But Recchi got a hold of all of that, just came around a little bit early on it and put that one into the UVic bullpen. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Recchi with 2 out here and a runner aboard in the bottom of the 5th. And that's going to be inside. Recchi scooches out of the way to avoid getting hit in the leg. Recchi, big chop at that ball down the middle. He's going to put that back against the screen in foul territory. So 2s across the board here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. In the bottom of the 5th. WolfPack up by 5. Don't be fooled by that. No lead is safe in this series, I can assure you that much. It's going to be high and outside. And that'll bring the count to full. Oof, inside pitch. I know the pitcher is not happy that he didn't get the strike call on that. It was very close. That call could have gone either way. In this case, Recchi gets the benefit of the doubt, and another trip to the mound by the Victoria coaching staff. Looks like they are going to, I think, relieve Vlahovic of his duties. And that is the case. Vlahovic will walk off the mound, pitching one inning, throwing roughly 24 pitches. I don't think he pitched yesterday. And it looks like they will bring in a new pitcher from the bullpen here. All right, new pitcher, new batter. Same old walk-up song. Lucas Miracle working with 2 outs here. He'll watch what I think was ball 1 outside. Looks like our new pitcher for Victoria is Toby Salzman. I think this is Tori's first action of the weekend. Looks like he's got a pretty zippy fastball. That one misses a little bit down and away. Salzman, a right-handed pitcher. Currently coming in with 2 away, but 2 runners aboard. And that's going to be inside. How that missed Miracle's big elbow guard is beyond me, but Miracle quickly ahead in the count 3-0, and will likely wait until he sees a strike from Salzman before he starts swinging the bat. Runners going. Brendan Grant's going to be safe under the tag at third. I think the throw actually got there. No, it was actually a walk. So that was a very dramatic walk for Grant from second to third. Miracle will be replaced. Jet Sinclair coming in to run for the catcher. And that's going to bring Kai Sheck up. And the first pitch is going to be a swing and a miss for Sheck, so that'll be Salzman's first strike as he faces his second batter. Bases loaded for the WolfPack, but 2 away. That's going to be outside. They're going to try, and no, they're fake back picking Sinclair. Sheck will go back to work here with a 1-1 count. Sheck 1 for 1 today. I believe that was a double off the left field fence. 2 for 6 on the weekend. Has 1 RBI yesterday. Would love to add to that here with 2 out in the bottom of the 5th, and the base is cranked for TRU. TRU doing a good job at getting runners on base, doing an okay job getting them in. Most of their success came in the bottom of the 3rd when they got 9 runs in. But I know they've stranded bases loaded here earlier in the game at least once. And they'll hope to avoid that here in the bottom of the 5th. Swing and a miss by Sheck on the fastball from Salzman. So full count with 2 out here. Runners should be going on the pitch, including Brendan Grant, who's standing on 3rd. And they're going. It's going to be high and ball 4. And Grant will go from a sprint to a trot as he crosses home plate and scores the WolfPack's first run of the 5th inning, their 11th run of the game, and Kai Sheck will trot down to first with a walk. Charlie McMurrin in to bat for the first time in this game. Got some action last night in game number 2. McMurrin, a big right-handed hitter out of the Calgary area. Unfortunately, 2 out. Sacrifice fly is not in play here. McMurrin likes to hit that ball hard. He'll be looking for a gap here. And he'll watch that one a little bit low and away for ball 2. So McMurrin being patient at the plate, working with a 2-0 count with 2 out. And runners all around. That's going to be... Did that not hit him? I'm not sure if... I thought that hit something. Maybe it was the catcher's glove, but I actually thought it hit McMurrin's helmet originally. But McMurrin doesn't seem to be reacting to it, so... And no one reacted to the fact it sounded like it hit something. Obviously wasn't McMurrin's bat. So on the wild pitch... That brings a runner in to score. Bases are no longer full. Now you've got Jet Sinclair, the runner on 3rd. And it looks like Kai Sheck, the runner on 2nd. And McMurrin will walk ball 4. So bases loaded again with that walk to McMurrin. And that'll bring, looks like, Cooper Eistetter to the plate. So again, the WolfPack doing some damage with 2 out here in an inning. Bases loaded again for Eistetter. That's going to be a blooper out to right field, but it's going to hang up there a little long, and that'll allow the right fielder to come in and make the catch, and that will end the threat as the Wolfpack add 2 to their score. And they'll go into the top of the 6th, defending a 12-5 lead, which the Golden Tide will come out and try and chip away at. Right fielder Mason Bondock to the plate for Victoria. He'll look to get the Golden Tide started here in the top of the 6th. Bondock, a right-handed hitter, facing Isaac Edwards, who's back on the mound for his 6th inning of work. And Bondock will allow Edwards' breaking ball to sail in and hit his elbow guard, I think. And Bondock will skip off to first base after being hit by a pitch. That will bring shortstop Carter Sims to the plate. It's going to be a high fly ball. It's going to be shallow left center field. Spencer, who has moved into the shortstop position for Gabe Powell, who obviously wasn't able to fix whatever he hurt last inning, is out there to make the catch in shallow left field. He called off Talbot. Didn't even recognize Spencer out there playing shortstop with his long pants, I'll be honest with you. That's going to bring Brendan Grant into play second base on defense. Otherwise, things look relatively unchanged. I still have Talbot in left field, Sheck in center field, and Sucro in right. Manny Birch is still third base. And actually, sorry, I misspoke. Noah Sarkisian is actually into play first for Ryan Petrie. Lucas Miracle behind the plate still to be Isaac Edwards' battery mate. That'll be a stolen base for Bondock, who actually took off. Teammates yelled at Edwards to step off, and he did, but he went to first, and Bondock just kept going to second, and they had no chance to get Bondock. Bondock with a clean stolen base without a pitch. So a runner on second for Victoria with one out here. Victoria's at the top of their lineup with Tyler Burton at bat. Burton. I looked away for a second. I think Burton got hit by pitch. So Edwards will put his second runner aboard via hit by pitch as he looks to find a groove here in the 6th inning. So runners on first and second for Victoria. That's going to be a ground ball. Oh, Grant got a late break on it, and he's not going to get the runner. So it was a soft hit ball that Edwards tried to come off the mound to get, but I had too much zip for Edwards to get it. And I think Brendan Grant thought that Edwards was going to get it, so he had a bit of a late break to it. So an infield hit for Dom Biello there. So bases are now loaded with 1 out. And who should appear at the plate but is Victoria's home run hitter, Ryan Deagle. And this would definitely be an inopportune time to give Deagle anything to hit big, as with bases loaded, he could do some damage to the 7-run lead that the WolfPack currently hold. Edwards will do whatever he can to have Deagle keep it on the ground, potentially turn a double. The WolfPack are in their Deagle defense, which is to say that they've shifted heavily towards the right side of the field. Brendan Grant, now the second baseman, is in the gap at basically shallow right. Spencer, the shortstop, is to the right side of second base, so at least Manny Birch on the left side. And Edwards trying to keep the ball out of the heart of that strike zone. A little bit low on that pitch, and Deagle's looking at a 3-0 count. Deagle probably has the green light to swing at whatever he wants here, knowing it's going to be a bit of a batter's count, obviously. And that's going to be a line drive over where the shortstop would have been. It's going to be a 2-hopper to left field. And that ball in from Talbot will skip right to home plate where Miracle will scoop it up. But not before the Golden Tide will score a couple of runs on that hit by Deagle. So Deagle actually shows that he can hit to the left side of the field. Not sure if a shortstop would have had a chance at that anyways, but he'll take that 2 RBI single, and that will prompt a trip to the mound by Coach Chadwick. Jai Berezowski, Victoria's catcher. He'll be to the plate here. Coach Chadwick will walk off the field. The infielders and Edwards will continue talking on the mound. That'll prompt the umpire to go out and basically tell him to break it up, which they will. So the WolfPack adjust to a new defensive infield here with Gabe Powell going down injured last inning. No updates as to what we're looking at for injury. But Powell is a phenomenal defensive player, so no matter who you're putting in for him, it's going to be a hit to the WolfPack defense. And now with runners on first and second and 1 out, Edwards goes to work on Berezowski. And it's going to be a pickoff attempt at second. Always a dicey play, but Edwards delivers the ball to Grant, who makes a catch. The runner on second back in plenty of time. So Edwards will reset on the mound to deliver the next pitch to Berezowski. And it's going to be a breaking ball, swing and a miss by Berezowski. So Edwards quickly up 2 strikes here. That's going to get away from Miracle. And unfortunately, that'll allow the runners to advance, so that'll take the forces off. That was just kind of a breaking ball in the dirt that again went off of Miracle's shin guard and shot off towards the TRU dugout. Miracle spotted it quickly, but still had to go get it, but the Victoria runners advance. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And it's going to be Berezowski actually visibly tried to lean into that as it was an inside pitch. Couldn't make contact, so Edwards will go back to work with a 2-2 count here. That pitch will break to the outside, so the count now full. Edwards hoping not to lose Berezowski after having an 0-2 count on him early in the at-bat. That'll be fouled back towards the TRU dugout. Count remains full. So 2 runners in scoring position for the Golden Tide with 1 out here in the top of the 6th. Victoria's already added 2 runs this inning to cut the lead to 12-7 for TRU. And it's going to be a ground ball to the shortstop who bobbles it. He's going to have to get the ball fast, and he's not going to make it in time. So Spencer bobbles the grounder, isn't able to get the throw to Sarkisian in time. And Berezowski runs out that infield hit, and that'll be the Wolfpack's first error of the day. Breaking ball comes in high. So things not going Wolfpack's way. Gabe Powell goes down injured. That causes some shuffle in the infield. Unfortunately, a ball gets away from the catcher, which takes the forces off, and then a ball hit up the middle ends up having to go to first, and Spencer bobbles it and isn't able to get any outs on a ball that would have normally been a double play ball. And the hits continue as Isaac Edwards is dinged for a balk, and that will bring Ryan Deagle, the runner on third base, home and will advance Berezowski to second base. So the Wolfpack looking for a full reset here with 1 out in the top of the 6th before things get out of hand. It's going to be well outside. Looks like TRU's got the bullpen going. Can't tell who they're warming up in there. Edwards will hope to at least get out of this inning. And the second baseman for Victoria, Ty Dimiturko, he's going to foul one back to the screen, and that'll make his count 2 balls, 1 strike. So as I mentioned, no lead is safe in this series. We have seen plenty of what would normally be thought of as very comfortable or game-defining leads, and many of them have been erased the very next inning, and that's what Victoria is looking to do here. Edwards and Spencer will team up for a pickoff attempt at second. Berezowski's back in plenty of time. And Edwards appears to be struggling to get that ball to break where he wants it to, as another definitely outside pitch goes for ball 3. That'll be a walk. So Edwards, whose pitch count is getting up there, has runners on first and second with 1 away. And Victoria is going to be sending their first baseman, Tom Plant, to the plate. And that will prompt another trip to the mound by Coach Chadwick. Wouldn't be surprised if he motions towards the bullpen. Looks like Matt Plouffe is warming up in the bullpen, and it looks like Coach Chadwick will be taking the ball off of Eddie's hands, and Isaac Edwards' day is over. 5.1 innings pitched. He was through in the ballpark of 97 pitches, 53 of which were for strikes. Was able to do a great job at holding his own. Ran into some troubles here in the top of the sixth as his pitch count got up. Was unfortunate to have a couple of things happen behind him that were out of his control. But Edwards leaves with 9 runs on 8 hits. Not all of which will be not all those runs I don't think will be credited to Edwards. So Matt Plouffe does come in from the bullpen. Matt, the TRU freshman from the Calgary area. This is his first action of the weekend. Plouffe saw a fair amount of work in the preseason and did a good job at holding his own. A couple of big outings against, I think, the University Baseball Club in preseason play. And he'll go through the warm-up procedure as the infielders will start to make their way back to their positions. This game already in the books for 2.5 hours. And we're not even through 6. We're not even into the bottom of 6. So this is the WolfPack's first pitching change, second pitcher of the game. Victoria's already gone through a handful. And number 17 for Victoria, Tom Plant, their first baseman, will come back out to the plate here, and he'll go to work with a clean count. Plouffe working with 1 out and 2 runners on. And we'll try and stop the bleeding here as WolfPack have allowed 4 runs here in the top of the 6th. That's going to be in there just low for ball 1. Be inside for ball 2.
Good pitch, good pitch. Okay, Plouffe.
So Plouffe very patiently watched the runner on second take a huge lead. And Grant was there on the bag. Plouffe opted to leave him. He actually got the runner to go back to second while the pitch was being made, so that helped. And he'll step off that time to drive the runner back to second. Probably wishing he had done that the previous set. So Plant goes back to work here with 2 balls and no strikes. And Plouffe will put that one in the dirt, so Plant now looking at a 3-0 count. Plouffe looking to find his groove as he comes in for relief of Edwards here in the top of the 6th. Plant 1 for 3 today. Was held hitless yesterday in 5 at-bats. And they'll be in there for strike 1. So Plouffe throws his first strike of his 2026 spring season. And he'll hope to build off of that here against Plant, the Victoria first baseman. That'll be check, swing, and a go. That'll be a strike. That'll be called by the home plate ump. Plant visibly went with his check swing. So Plouffe drives this count to full after being down 3 balls early. That'll be a high fly ball in the foul territory. Looks like it's going to be out of play. Sarkisian doing his best to get over there and hoping the ball will fall on his side of the fence, but it does not. So the WolfPack fielders will reset. Plouffe will go back onto the mound, and he'll work again against Plant with a full count with one out here in the top of the sixth. Now be in the dirt, so Plouffe will lose the battle versus Plant in his first pitching at-bat. And that will load the bases. And that's going to bring third baseman Greer Peterson to the plate for Victoria. Plouffe did a good job coming back from a 3-0 count to make it full, but couldn't hold on to get the out. And now bases are loaded. It's going to be low and away for ball one. Plouffe will deliver an inside pitch that's hacked at by Peterson. Peterson actually sends that off well opposite field foul towards the Victoria bullpen. And that evens the count at 1-1. It's going to be up the middle. Past Plouffe, past Grant, and that's going to score a couple of runs. Sarkisian will cut off the ball on the incoming throw from Sheck, but the Victoria Golden Tide have made this a one-run game with runners still on and only one out here in the top of the sixth. And the WolfPack look to be in danger of relinquishing the big lead they had going into this inning. It's going to be low for ball one. And this could be a hard shot out to center field. Kaishek's moving back, appears to have a beat on it. He'll get that ball in, and that'll hold the runners. So Sheck with a good job to track down that hard line drive to deep center, and he'll get that ball in without the runners advancing. So that's a win for the WolfPack, as that'll give them the second out of the inning and force to stay on with only one runner in scoring position. Carter Sims, the Victoria shortstop, left-handed hitter coming to the plate. Sims 1 for 2 today. Was 4 for 7 yesterday with 4 RBIs, so having a pretty good weekend here. He's got 2 runners on and 2 out here in the top of the sixth. And he's going to bunt one down. Plouffe is going to go track it down and will make the throw. Plouffe had a hard time grabbing that ball off the ground, but he stayed with it. Got the ball to Sarkisian, who made a nice scoop quasi out of the dirt, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Victoria Golden Tide score 6 to make this a game here. 12-11 WolfPack going into the bottom of the sixth, where the WolfPack will definitely want to add some runs and hope to not relinquish what was a big lead at one time. Carter Spencer, the TRU. Oh, the TRU shortstop who bailed for his life on that fastball high and inside. So the TRU shortstop leading off the bottom of the sixth. He's moved over to shortstop with the injury to Gabe Powell. Spencer 0 for 2 in this game, and he'll watch strike one to even the count at 1-1. Spencer 3 for 6 yesterday with 4 RBIs. Looking to get his first hit of this game. And that'll be outside for ball 2. The outside edge for strike 2. That's going to be low and away for ball 3. So the count full to Spencer. Toby Salzman, the pitcher back on the mound for Victoria, came in last inning in relief. That's going to be a high but shallow fly ball to right center. Or sorry, more to the right, it's drifting. The second baseman will come over and make the catch. And that will retire Spencer. Brennan Grant in to hit in place of Gabe Powell, who I'm guessing isn't going to be getting re-entered into this game. I do see Powell still standing. He's actually outside the dugout, still in his uniform, still in his cleats, so never say never. Salzman throws in a ball outside. So Grant now looking at a 1-1 count. That ball, nice one-hop catch by the catcher. Well outside. I think this is potentially Grant's first at-bat of the weekend. I know he came in yesterday and pitched a very strong game for the WolfPack. Threw over 100 pitches. Oh, and he gets out of the way of that inside pitch. So Grant works the count to 3-1. So Grant's come in to do a lot of base running work, typically for Lucas Miracle, the catcher. And that's going to be called strike 2. So the count now full to Grant. That's going to be high and outside. That will be ball 4, and Brendan Grant will skip down to first base. And he'll be the first base runner of the inning for TRU. And that's going to prompt another pitching change by Victoria. So Salzman pitches 1 1/3 inning. Makes 44 pitches, 15 of which were strikes. And he'll be relieved on the mound by another right-handed pitcher for Victoria. All right, Cooper Mitchell into pitch for Victoria. Got a pitching stint yesterday as well. So we'll probably see limited action here, but his first pitch is a breaking ball that crosses the plate for strike one. Jared Sucro, the TRU right fielder, into bat for the WolfPack. He's got a runner on first with one out here, and the WolfPack are looking to add to the lead they're clinging on to, which is currently one run, up 12-11. And he's going to put one down the left field line. That will be well foul. It's going to be a breaking ball well outside. Count now 1 ball, 2 strikes to Sucro. Sucro, who went deep in this game for a 3-run shot back in the 3rd inning. WolfPack would love to see something like that again, as they've kind of lost momentum here, allowing 6 runs in the top of the 6th. It's going to be instead a ground ball to the shortstop, who will look to turn a double play. They won't get the ball to first in time to get Sucro, but Brendan Grant will be retired in the mix, so that will be the second out of the inning, and the WolfPack will still only have a runner on first, and Noah Sarkisian will come in to have his first at-bat of the game. Sarkisian with a swing and a miss. Sarkisian had some limited action yesterday, and I think it was in game number 2. Saw a fair amount of playing time in the preseason and definitely held his own, did well. I believe he was named Offensive Player of the Week in the week that the WolfPack went to Arizona. He's currently working with 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th, and teammate Jared Sucro on first base. It's going to be well outside. So 2-1 to Sarkisian. Manny Birch is on deck for TRU. And he'll put one right up the middle. Shortstop will come over and make the play. He'll make the throw to first, and he'll get the out by a stride. Ball wasn't hit particularly hard. That gave Sarkisian a chance to try and beat it out, but Victoria's able to make the play just before Sarkisian gets there. That'll end the inning with no runs, and the Victoria Golden Tide are riding a bit of a wave here, going into the top of the 7th. Having outscored TRU 8-2 in the last 2 innings, and they're only down by a run. They're actually out hitting TRU 9-6 right now. One error credited to the WolfPack, and the WolfPack will come out with Matt Plouffe back on the mound. Matt Plouffe did a good job in the last inning to kind of stop the bleeding, but not before the Golden Tide scored 6. To take it from a 12-5 deficit to a 12-11 deficit. So, as I've been saying, no lead is safe here at Norbrock between these two teams. Sun's coming back out again here in Kamloops after hiding behind the clouds for a little bit. Slight breeze from left to right. I want to thank everyone for joining us on the TRU WolfPack Network, whether you're trapped at home in Edmonton due to bad roads or if you're at home in Surrey due to the stomach flu. Welcome to TRU WolfPack Baseball. Glad to have you here with us. Your WolfPack, of course, took 2 games yesterday in the doubleheader. They hope to keep their winning ways alive here, and it looked really good at one point when they were up by a bunch, but as has been the case all weekend, Victoria never says die, and they come back to reduce, in this case, reduce the lead to 1. Victoria, who actually had the lead early on, relinquished it somewhat early, and the Wolfpack haven't looked back, but they're on the brink of doing that now, especially with Victoria taking their top of the order to the plate here to start off the 7th. Tyler Burton, 0 for 2 today, 4 for 11 yesterday. That's going to be a one-hopper by Plouffe to even the count at 1. That's going to be inside, just missing Burton's left arm. So Plouffe falling behind in the count, 2-1 here to Victoria's leadoff hitter. It's going to be a ground ball to Manny Birch. He's going to have it go off his glove at third. There's no way he's going to get Burton at first. With that batter, you pretty much have to field it clean no matter where you are on the field, as he is all jets all the time. And Burton will be the leadoff runner for the Victoria Golden Tide, with Dom Biello coming to the plate. Manny Birch credited with an error on that play. So second error of the game for the Wolfpack. It's going to be a pop fly bunt, and very good play by Manny Birch there. Manny Birch making amends for his error just moments earlier. Doing a neat little one-knee slide to get underneath that pop-up that was a bunt. Fired over to first, but Burton recognized that the bunt was going astray early and was able to get back. So no double play, but nonetheless, they hold Burton at first. But that does bring up Victoria's home run hitter, Ryan Deagle. I think I can accurately call him that with 3 dingers yesterday. It'll be low and in the dirt for ball 1. I believe Deagle's last at-bat was actually a line drive into left field. And I see that the Wolfpack have the Deagle defense on again. That puts the second baseman out into right field. And that puts the shortstop over to the second baseman's position, with Manny Birch, the third baseman, pretty much standing behind second base. So they've even abandoned an infielder on the left side. That leaves Cash Talbot, the left fielder, to defend all things left side against Deagle here. So far, that defense has worked pretty good. Even the hit that Deagle got last at bat probably wouldn't have been something that the infield could have worked with. And the runner's going. Deagle's swing is going to be foul, and that's going to go into the Wolfpack bullpen, so Burton will have to go back. The count 2-2 to Deagle. Not sure what the confusion is. So 2-2 to Deagle, with 1 out here. Top of the 7th, runner on first. Umpire calls time. Sorry, the count's actually 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. So Deagle's foul ball was his first strike. Scoreboard operator had it wrong, causing some confusion. That one's going to be in the dirt, and Burton's going to go to second as the ball gets away from Miracle. So they were down 3-1 in the count. So I think they gave Deagle an automatic base after Burton got to second. So they'll put the forces back on. They'll take the stick out of Deagle's hand, but they'll put it in Jai Berezowski's hand, and he's had a pretty good weekend himself, I believe. Miracle's going to trot out and have a quick conversation with Plouffe, the pitcher. Be a high fly ball. I've lost it in the sun. I think looks like. Oh shit! Excuse my French. I saw Sarkisian concede to Brendan Grant, who'd obviously called for it, and Brendan Grant went from looking like the ball was underneath him, or he was underneath the ball, to a sprint. Hopefully the CRTC doesn't shut me down. But as soon as Grant broke into a sprint, it looked like he was not going to be able to get that. That ball was going to land pretty much on the first base bag. But Grant recovers and makes a catch, and 2 away now here in the top of the 7th. And that's going to be sprayed back to the screen for strike 1. And that's going to be Tyson Dimiturco, the second baseman for Victoria. Again, my apologies for my French there, folks. That was my inside voice getting a little loud. And it's going to be just outside for ball 1. So 1-1 the count to Dimiturco. Dimiturco 1 for 3 today, was 5 for 8 yesterday. So definitely a threat with the bat. And Victoria's got their speedster Burton on second base right now, who will obviously look to turn third and go home on anything. And that's going to be a foul ball to the right side on a rope. That does put the count at 1-2. That's going to be fouled back to the screen. Dimiturco just getting a piece of that one. I think just trying to keep himself protected at the plate there, as it was a marginal borderline pitch for a strike. Plouffe will go back to work with 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 2 out here in the top of the 7th. There's going to be a swing and a miss. So Plouffe does the job and gets out of the inning, leaves 2 Victoria runners on base. A very important part of the game here where momentum had swung Victoria's way, and the TRU pitcher and the TRU defense is able to hold Victoria to no runs in the top of the 7th. And they're desperately going to want to get on the sticks here in the bottom of the 7th and score some runs, as big leads aren't even safe around here. A 1-run lead means nothing. Going into the bottom of the 7th, TRU leading 12-11. Manny Recky's going to start off the inning with a ground ball towards second. It's going to get fielded cleanly, and Recky will be thrown out at first. So one pitch into the bottom of the seventh, and Victoria has their first out. That'll bring catcher Lucas Miracle to the plate. Miracle's going to watch an inside pitch called for a strike. Curveball, it caught the inside edge. Looks like Mitchell's back on the mound for Victoria. And he'll put that one, I'm not sure where he put that one, but it wasn't called a strike. So 1-1 to Miracle. You can probably see on your screen the wind is swirling here now at Norbrock. The flags aren't really telling the story as I see the American flag on the left half the time is pointed left, and the Canadian flag in the middle is right. I'm sure there's something bizarre or extremely inappropriate about that. But nonetheless, the flags that usually tell us the story of the wind isn't telling us anything right now other than the fact that it's gusty out here. Miracle looking at a 2-2 count. Mitchell goes and gets himself a little bit more rosin. And it'll be a check swing. They check down to the base ump. He confirms no swing. 10 to agree. Definitely close, too close for comfort for Miracle, who now has full count. And they'll be well outside, and Miracle, I haven't been keeping count. Miracle's got his fair share of walks this inning, or this game, or this weekend, I should say, as well. He'll go down and touch first base, and that will bring Jet Sinclair out now as Miracle's designated runner. Kai Sheck, the TRU center fielder, will step into the batter's box, working with a runner on and one out here in the bottom of the seventh. TRU clinging to a one-run lead. Sheck will watch that curveball miss on the outside for ball one. It feels like TRU really needs to add some runs here just to get back into a comfortable position, because Victoria seems to come in and score runs whenever they need to. It's going to be, I'm not sure if they're calling it on the check swing. I think they're calling it on the outside edge on the pitch. I see Sheck confirming with the umpire. Sheck nods his head, steps back into the batter's box, and go back to work with a 1-1 count here. And that's going to be well outside. Sheck will break the wrist but not check the swing, or not even call it a check swing. Don't want to misconstrue what he did there. 2-1 the count to Sheck. The count 2-2 to Sheck now. That's going to be a shot out to right field. That gusty wind's going to help Sheck here, and that ball is going to be outside the outstretched arms of the right fielder. Sinclair had to hold up to make sure he didn't catch it. Sinclair holds up at third. Sheck with another double. I think this is at least his second of the game. And he put that ball up high into the right field area, and those gusts that I was talking about just minutes ago was wreaking havoc with that ball. The right fielder was spun around. He ended up actually trying to make a diving play on it. It just missed his glove, and that allowed Sinclair to round second to go to third. It was up there so long, Sinclair had to actually wait to make sure it didn't get caught with there only being one out. So now runners on second and third for the Wolfpack, and that'll bring left fielder Cash Talbot to the plate. Talbot with a swing and a miss. So although no runs were scored, best case scenario for the Wolfpack here is they have no forces on. Talbot's going to put one into the gap in right field. That's going to score Sinclair. Ball's going to come in from right field. Sheck will hold up at third. And Cash Talbot will have an RBI single with runners at the corners now here in the bottom of the seventh and one run scored for the Wolfpack. That's going to prompt a trip to the mound by the Victoria coach, which has been a regular event here today. Most Victoria pitchers getting about one inning before they're getting pulled. Many of them pitched yesterday, which is, of course, why they're getting limited work today. But Victoria definitely trying to squeeze what they can out of their pitching staff. Mitchell will walk off the field with one inning pitched. Looks like he threw about 22 pitches, 13 of which were for strikes. Coach will take advantage of this trip to the mound. Have a bit of a meeting with his infield. And a new pitcher will hit the bump for Victoria. And with Manny Birch waiting in the wings, we'll take a break here while the Victoria pitcher does his warm-ups. All right, Manny Birch, the TRU third baseman, to the plate now. Victoria pitcher Ryder Percy in for the Golden Tide. He'll pitch that one for a strike. Some zip on that pitch. I think Manny thought it was a little bit low. He'll have to adjust accordingly. Kai Sheck, the runner on third. Cash Talbot, the runner on first. That's going to be Not a strike. So 1-1 to Birch. Birch 0 for 2 today. Got a hit with 2 RBIs yesterday. Would love to add to that RBI and hit count here in this at-bat. And that's going to be an inside pitch that Manny's going to take a hack at, and he'll foul that off. That'll bring the count to 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Oh my God, we don't need to bring those up. No.
That's going to be high and inside. Talbot's going to go to second. Talbot's going to get a little bit lucky there. I'm not sure if that was a plan, but Talbot actually stopped running. Looked like he was going to retreat back to first, and then the throw from the catcher was off. It went underneath the infielder's glove, I think the second baseman's glove, and out into center field. That allowed Talbot to proceed to second, but more importantly, it allowed Sheck to come home. Almost looked like it was a design play to try and somewhat trick Victoria into a hot box, allowing Sheck the potential to go home, but when the throw went astray, everything just kind of took care of itself. So Manny Birch is back to work with a 2-2 count. Talbot's now on second, and they're going to ring up Manny Birch on that pitch. So now 2 out. So 2 out here in the bottom of the 7th. So I saw the umpire having words with somebody at the TRU dugout there. I'm not sure who said what. Somebody who obviously didn't agree with the calls on Manny. That brings Carter Spencer to the plate. That's going to be outside. High and inside on Spencer's had to duck away from a few of those today. Spencer will step back into the batter's box with 2 balls, no strikes. Got Cash Talbot is his runner on second in scoring position. That's going to be outside. Ball 3. So Spencer will undoubtedly make Percy throw a strike here before he offers up a swing. Unless he sees the perfect pitch. That's going to be high and inside, definitely not perfect. And Spencer will toss down his bat and earn his 8th walk of the weekend, I believe. Spencer trots down to first. Talbot will stay at second. They'll bring Brendan Grant to the plate. Brendan Grant in to play second base after the injury to Gabe Powell moved Spencer over to short. So 2 out, runners at first and second for Grant. Ooh, high and inside on Grant. Percy seems to be having a little bit of control issue, and it's for the right-handed hitters becoming somewhat problematic as these balls are going towards their head. Runners do advance on that wild pitch, so that brings Talbot to third, Spencer to second. That takes any forces off. That'll be high and inside. Grant gave it some thought. Wise to be patient here while Percy tries to find his groove. Grant looking at a 2-ball, no strike count. Wolfpack have put 2 up here in the 7th, have 2 more in scoring position that they would hate to squander. Grant swings at ball 3. Not sure. Grant, I'm guessing, likes them a little bit high and inside. I saw him think about the previous one. That'll be high for ball 3. So Percy, so far in for 1/3 of an inning. He's thrown 13 pitches, 4 of which have been strikes. Grant will be wise to be patient here, although he's got a hitter's count at 3-1. And that's going to be inside for ball 4. Grant will trot down to first base. That will give TRU 3 runners aboard. So with bases loaded, right fielder Jared Zucro, who's never happy whenever there's a pitch anywhere in danger of hitting him, will go to work here against Percy. That's going to be well outside for ball 1. Sucro 1 for 5 today. That one, however, was a 3-run shot over the left field fence. Would love to add to those RBIs with a couple runners here in scoring position. And he's going to swing at a high and inside pitch. That high and inside pitch must be a little bit elusive coming off of Percy's hands. Doesn't look anything close to a strike from my angle, but the last 2 batters have both liked it, so who am I to say? But Sucro will go back to work here with a 1-1 count with 2 out here in the bottom of the 7th. It's going to be high for ball 2. Sun peeking its way around from behind one of the clouds in the sky here in Kamloops. Hopefully that's giving you a bit of a vibrant picture on your screen. That's going to be high and inside. Sucro lays off this one for ball 3. So 3-1 to Sucro. Bases are loaded. A walk will score a run, so Sucro will be patient, but also looking for a pitch that he can work with. It's going to be a shot. It's going to be, a nice job by the shortstop. No. So great job by Sims, the shortstop, who laid out, got that ball, came up firing at a force and second. Brendan Grant slid into second, and the base ump said that Grant got there before the ball. Extremely close, I'll be honest with you. I don't know either way. I wouldn't have been able to object either way. The call went in the favor of the Wolfpack. That's going to be a trip to the mound for the coach, who looks like he's signaling towards the dugout. So Percy is relieved after 1/3 of an inning, and this is, I'm not even sure, I've lost count. Let me see here. It looks like this will be the 8th pitcher that Victoria will be bringing in this game. So definitely you can see what their game plan is with their pitching. Jack McLeod started the game for Victoria. He went 2 innings, allowed 1 hit and 1 earned run. He walked 6. Brandon Burns came in relief. He pitched 2/3 of an inning, allowed 4 hits, got dinged with 9 earned runs, walked 6. Quinn Fast came in relief of Burns. He pitched a full inning, walked 1, struck out 2, no earned runs allowed. Finn Vlahovic came in. He pitched 1/3 of an inning. Doesn't appear to have allowed any hits, runs, or walks. Tovi Salzman came in. Tovi pitched 1 1/3. He allowed 2 earned runs, no hits, 6 walks, and recorded 1 strikeout. And Cooper Mitchell came in for a full inning. He allowed 2 earned runs on 2 hits, walked 1. And now just being relieved, Ryder Percy. Ryder Percy pitched 1/3 of an inning, allowing 1 hit, walked 2, and struck out 1, but no earned runs, although there are bases, I believe bases loaded here. And into pitch now will be Alex Tam. Alex Tam seeing his first action of the weekend. Another right-handed pitcher for Victoria. He'll go to work here against, I believe it's going to be Manny Recchi. So WolfPack have bases loaded. Carter Spencer's the runner on 3rd. Brennan Grant the runner on 2nd. Jared Sucro with his single stands on 1st. And my mistake, as you can probably tell from the walk-up song, that's definitely Noah Sarkisian coming to the plate here. Noah Sarkisian, who came in to play first base for Ryan Petrie partway through the game. Manny Recchi will be on deck. And that's going to be first pitch for Tam will be a ball. Tam working with 2 out here, bases loaded, wind swirling. Looks like it's decided to go from left to right now. And that's going to be a strike on the outside edge to Sarkisian, even the count at 1. WolfPack have scored 3 here in the bottom of the 7th. That has built their lead back up to 4 runs, but with bases loaded, they would love to try and add some more here before the inning is over. Sarkisian will swing, and he'll foul that one back to the backstop. So Sarkisian behind in the count now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sarkisian proved in the preseason that he's a very capable hitter here in the CCBC. And it's going to be, I thought that hit him. Apparently not. I'm not sure how Sarkisian got out of the way of that. But nonetheless, the wild pitch will allow Spencer to come in to score. And that will be the 4th run for the WolfPack here in the bottom of the 7th. And Sarkisian will go back to work at the plate with a 2-ball, 2-strike count with 2 away here in the bottom of the 7th. And runners on 3rd and 2nd. Runners will be going on contact, so Sarkisian can find a gap here that will possibly score 2. Jared Sucro, the runner on 2nd with good speed, and he's going to check swing. Called not a swing. Much to Tam's dismay. I don't think it was even close to being a swing. I shouldn't say that. Every check swing, I guess, is close, but that was a good call by the umps. Tam just with some wishful thinking there. Can't say, sorry that I blame him. And Sarkisian will get called on the 3rd strike, though, as he watches the pitch catch the outside edge of the plate. So Tam will retire the WolfPack batter for the 3rd out of the inning, but not before the WolfPack score 4. They've rebuilt a bit of a cushion here in their lead, albeit 5 runs, and I'm going to tell you right now that should not be deemed comfortable here, even when we get into this late part of the game, going into the top of the 8th inning, where the UVic Golden Tide will come out and try and put a dent in that lead. Matt Plouffe back out to the mound for the WolfPack. And it looks like the TRU defense will stay the same. I see Brendan Grant heading back out to what will probably be second base. Plouffe will kind of handcuff the Victoria batter there. Tom Plant, the Victoria's first baseman. That'll be strike one to Plant. That's going to be a ground ball to Manny Birch. Will field it on his backhand. He'll go across the diamond. On target to Sarkisian, who catches it center body mass. Great throw by Birch, who's got a very strong arm over there on the corner. That'll be the first out of the inning. 2 pitches in for Plouffe. Oh, looked like a pretty good pitch from here, but Plouffe won't get the call. That's going to be in the dirt, so Golden Tide batter, third baseman Greer Peterson. 3 for 4 in this game, was 2 for 5 yesterday, so having a pretty good weekend at the plate. We'll go to work here with the 2-ball, no strike count. And that's going to be a swing and a miss. So Plouffe pushes the count to 2 balls, 1 strike. That's going to be a foul ball, just getting the tip of the bat for Peterson. Looks like looks like Miracle got a bit of a stinger there. So Greer goes back to work. Count is now 2-2. Plouffe delivers a pitch, and it's going to be just low and inside, somewhere around there. So count now full to Peterson. That's going to be inside for ball 4. So Plouffe will walk the second batter of the inning. So with 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Right fielder Mason Bondock will come to the plate for the Golden Tide. And he'll work with a runner aboard. It's going to be outside for ball one. Plouffe tries to catch the inside edge there. Not quite able to, so 2-0 is the count to Bondoc. Plouffe will get the inside edge call on that pitch. Bondoc having a quick conversation with the umpire, trying to establish where the inside boundary is for that call. Then Plouffe will go back to work with a 2-1 count on Bondoc here. And that's going to be inside for ball three. Three and one to Bondoc with a runner on first and one away here in the top of the eighth. WolfPack with a 5-run lead, which is not as promising as one might think. When they usually hear a 5-run lead, that's going to be a ground ball up the middle. Spencer's going to field it cleanly. Pat tosses it to Grant. Oh, good job by Sarkisian. Grant throw one hop to the side. WolfPack are able to turn the double play. And that will end the inning, end the threat. Sarkisian all smiles. He knows he made a nice play, picked the ball out of the dirt there. And the WolfPack double play will allow them to go to the bottom of the eighth here with a 5-run lead, where the WolfPack will definitely want to add more runs. They might try and hold out hope for another big inning like they had last night at this time. Manny Recchi leading off the bottom of the eighth for the TRU WolfPack. He's going to hack that one back to the screen. Recchi quickly down 2 strikes in this count. It's going to be low. They check to see if Recchi went, not even close. Count 2-1 to Recchi. He's 1 for 3 today. And that's going to be a high fly ball, right field way foul. If it wasn't going to go foul in the first place, the Winds will definitely take that one. It took it far over the bullpen there on the right field side. Now back out to pitch for Victoria. The count 1 ball, 2 strikes. The wind picking up here, as you can probably see the dust blowing around on the field. And that's going to be inside for Ball 2. Recchi will foul that one back. Keeps the count at 2-2. Recchi, the leadoff hitter here in the 8th for the WolfPack. And he's going to get rung up. Recchi not happy with the call. Gets called for strike 3. I think Recchi just got tossed. And the umpire will make some notes here as Recchi gets tossed, walking away, objecting to his strike 3 call. You saw the umpire turn and say something to Recchi right off the hop, and Recchi walked away still talking. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but obviously the umpire didn't like it. And the designated hitter for the TRU WolfPack will be done for the day, or at least for this game. I'm not even sure how it works, if he's ejected for the next game as well. Lucas Miracle will watch strike 1 on the outside edge of the plate. Pretty simple in the CCBC, and in most leagues you can't argue balls and strikes, so I'm guessing there was a bit of an argument there, and that led to the ejection. It's going to be another foul ball that's going to be taken by the wind into the parking lot. Any ball that's going to be hit high is going to be hard for the fielders to try and get a read on. We saw Brendan Grant earlier have to go into a mad sprint to catch up to that ball, and we've seen some of the fielders kind of suffer the wrath of that swirling wind out there. It's going to be outside. Ball 2. 2-2, the count to Miracle. Miracle 0 for 1 today. He's had a handful of walks, which is why it looks like he's only got 1 at bat. That's going to be a swing and a miss, so Miracle will go down swinging on this occasion, and that will give the WolfPack, or I guess give Victoria 2 outs. Kai Sheck, who's had some success here today. This has been a very long game, so it's hard to actually figure out if what I saw has been all today, but I believe Kai Sheck has 2 doubles today. He'll be a swing and a miss here, with Tam getting one by Sheck for strike 1. That's going to be well outside for ball 1. So 1-1 to Sheck. Sheck 2 for 2 today. Pretty sure they were both doubles. A couple of hits yesterday as well. Went 2 for 6 with an RBI. And he's going to put this one well foul into the parking lot. And Sheck's going to protect the plate with that hack. Wisely so. That ball again will go into foul territory, and Sheck will reset in the batter's box with a 1-2 count. Trying to get the WolfPack started here in the bottom of the 8th. Last night, WolfPack went into the bottom of the 8th with a lead, decent lead. We're able to add a good number of runs to end up mercying Victoria. They would have loved to have done that today, but they're going to have to work uphill with 2 out here and nobody on in the bottom of the 8th. Sheck now looking at a 2-2 count. Check's going to put a grounder towards the second baseman, who will field it cleanly, and he'll go to first for the third out. And Tam will retire the side. And the Golden Tide will look to try and ride that momentum that they've built a little bit on defense there. They need 5 runs to stay in this, 6 to go ahead. But 5 or more will require the Wolfpack to come out in the bottom of the 9th. Matt Plouffe back on the bump for the Wolfpack here to start the top of the 9th. He'll go up against Carter Sims, the Victoria shortstop. Sims having a good weekend. We'll look to get the Golden Tide off on the right foot here as they look to try and score at least 5 runs to stay in this game. Sims unhappy about the called strike. Probably thought it was a little low. Count now 1-1. That one will be too low for a strike, so 2-1 the count to Sims. Winds continue to swirl here at Norbrock. It's going to be way outside. It's going to get past Miracle's glove. So 3-1 to Plouffe. Plouffe, the pitcher. 3-1 to Sims, the batter. It's going to be straight down the middle. I'm not sure where. Sims definitely tried to sell that, but that's about as good a pitch as he has seen in this at-bat. So the count now full. Plouffe will look to try and win this battle here against the Golden Tide shortstop. There's going to be a swing and a foul ball that's going to skip slowly towards the Victoria dugout. Plouffe throws ball 4, not exactly sure where it missed, but ball 4 nonetheless, and Sims will skip down to first base. Miracle's going to take a quick trot out to the mound to have a conversation with Plouffe. Obviously don't know what Miracle might be saying to the TRU freshman pitcher. He's probably trying to make sure the Plouffe's not trying to get too fancy with a 5-run lead here. And Victoria is going to hit the heart of their lineup here as they are back to the top of it with Tyler Burton, the center fielder, now up to bat. So not great timing for the Wolfpack here, but they'll work with it. That ball is going to be inside. It's going to get away from Miracle, but Sims stays at first. Ooh, high and inside. Plouffe asks for a new ball. It's going to be a ground ball. Ooh, nice hard hit down the third baseline. Gets past Birch. Talbot's going to go and grab it. He'll throw it into third, and Sims will trot into third on the Burton double. And Victoria quickly have two aboard and in scoring position here in the top of the ninth. Dom Biello, the batter now for Victoria. Nice job by Miracle to keep that ball in front of him. One hopped to his backhand. Wolfpack will definitely want to avoid giving any free runs to Victoria here in the way of a wild pitch or a pass ball. Hopefully any runs that they do score will be in exchange for some sort of an out. That's going to be inside. He's going to get the strike call. Biello not in agreement. It's going to be a high fly ball to right field area. Sucro's going to try and camp underneath it and adjust for the winds. He'll make the catch, and the throw comes in nice. Nice and on line. That will hold the runners at third and second. So probably hoping that that was going to be a sacrifice fly, did Biello, but no such luck. However, that does bring Ryan Deagle to the plate, but he won't last long there because with the open base at first, they'll send him on with a intentional walk. And that's not just because of the open base, but in combination with the fact that Deagle has, at least at some points in this weekend, been a killer with bombs going over the fence. They don't want to put Plouffe in that position. So now with bases loaded, Plouffe has to be careful that he's not getting that ball too inside. That looked like it almost went off of Jai Berezowski's elbow. So one out here in the top of the ninth. Bases are loaded. Tying run is on deck. And that's inside for ball two. It's going to be a fly ball to center field. Kaishek is not going to be able to track that down. It's going to be off the one hop off the fence. Runners had to hold. Oh my God. They had a potential out at second there, but couldn't get it. So 2 runs come in to score. Luckily for the WolfPack, because there was only 1 out, runners had to hold, although I had a good angle on it. That ball went up and just started sailing right, and Kaishek was running hard and fast, but he could not get to that ball. There's no way he was going to. So by the time it landed, runners were still kind of in holding mode. That allowed only 2 to score. They had a chance to try and get... That's going to be foul. They had a chance to try and get Berezowski at second, but didn't make good on that. And now we've got Deagle at third, Berezowski at second, and that brings Tyson Dimiturko, the Victoria second baseman, to the plate, with him representing the tying run. It's going to be a swing and a miss. So Plouffe up 2 strikes on Dimiturko. Oh, that ball just misses the outside edge. Good pitch by Plouffe there. Dimiturko didn't chase, kept it close. So with a 1-ball, 2-strike count, Plouffe will go back to work with 1 out here. That's going to be a hard shot. Oh, just over the outstretched arms of Sarkisian. That's going to roll into the corner. That's going to score 2. And Dimiturko actually trips rounding first. So Dimiturko, now the tying run, who probably should have been on second, ended up blowing a tire as he rounded first. WolfPack a little bit lucky with that. That keeps the force on here. That's going to prompt a trip to the mound by Coach Chadwick. And as mentioned, no lead is safe this weekend, and the WolfPack, who went into the inning up by 5, are now only up by 1, as Victoria has put 4 on the board with only 1 out and a runner on first. WolfPack will get the bottom of the 9th to respond if necessary, but they would love to put it to bed here in the top of the 9th in a game that's already run 4 hours. Coach Chadwick has his chat with the boys on the mound. That's all the infielders and the pitcher. I'm not sure where Miracle's going. Miracle's running. Oh, I think Miracle's going to come in to pitch. So Miracle turned off the mound and just ran towards the dugout. I wasn't sure where he was going. Looks like Plouffe is coming out. Miracle is going to come in to pitch, I would guess, given what I'm seeing here. It looks like everything else is going to stay the same. I'm guessing Hayden Dolly will come in to catch in place of Mir. And I think what Coach Chadwick is looking to do here is, with the runner on first, I think they're going to hope that Miracle can incite a ground ball that will hopefully allow them to turn the double play. If nothing else. Okay, yeah, sorry. Change of plans. Big change of plans. I read that one all wrong. So Carter Spencer is going to come in and pitch from the shortstop position, but Miracle's coming out of the catcher position to go play first. That's going to send Sarkisian from first to third, and they're going to slide Manny Birch over from third to short. So Carter Spencer coming in, hoping that he'd be able to work some magic and shut down Victoria for the rest of this inning They need to get out of here with no more runs. Otherwise, they're going to end up having to bat in the bottom of the ninth. This will be Spencer's first pitching of the 2026 spring season. Has some limited action in preseason. Has pitched sparingly in the past. Not sure how that long conversation went on the mound. But basically, other than Brendan Grant staying at second, there's been a full shuffle to the infield here. Again, Hayden Dolly comes in to catch. Sarkisian moves from first to third. Manny Birch moves from third to short. Grant will stay at second, and Miracle strips off the catcher's gear to go over to first. And the outfield will remain unchanged. So Carter Spencer looks to be the hero or the GOAT. What's it going to be? Sorry, I can't pass up that line. Although when I used to use that line, GOAT meant something different. So no pressure, Spencer. You guys really don't want to have to bat in the bottom of the ninth. You can see him taking some big, deep breaths out there. And he'll go up against Tom Plant. Tom Plant is the WolfPack first baseman. WolfPack faithful getting behind Spencer on the mound here. First pitch will be high for ball one. It's going to be a high fly ball. It's going to be shallow. Cash Talbot should be able to get underneath that. He will. He'll make the catch. Manny Birch will wisely bail. Spencer gets his first out. Looking to get one more here. Greer Peterson, the Victoria third baseman. Tall right-handed hitter for Victoria, takes place in the box. Spencer sets on the mound. That breaking ball will be low and away. Peterson not chasing. Dolly does a good job to keep that ball in front of them. They really want to keep that force on second if they can. That's going to be a swing and a miss. Spencer will throw a fastball past Peterson. Well, breaking ball for strike two. Beautiful pitch by the infielder coming to pitch here in the top of the ninth. Wind swirling left to right. Spencer sets on the rubber. That'll be strike three. Outside edge called. Peterson goes down looking. He's not happy with the call. He'll have some words with the ump. He won't get ejected, mind you. And teammates will come in and congratulate everyone as the Wolfpack hang on to a 16-15 victory after being up substantially at one point. And much has been the theme all weekend long. Wolfpack build a lead. Victoria comes back and puts it in question, no more so than in the ninth inning here at Norbrock, where Victoria scores 4 runs in the top of the ninth. And with one out, Coach Chadwick starts to play chess and moves the pieces all over the board, brings Spencer into pitch, who retires the next 2 batters, one with a pop fly to left, one with a strikeout. And that allows the TRU Wolfpack to hold on to a 1-run victory here, and they'll go 3-0 so far in this series. And the 4th game should hopefully start here shortly, where TRU will try and sweep the series, and the Victoria Golden Tide will look to salvage a win before they head home. All right, welcome back, baseball fans. We're here for the second game in the second doubleheader of the weekend here at season opening weekend at Norbrock Stadium in Kamloops. Keith Manby, the starter on the mound for TRU. He'll go up against the leadoff hitter for Victoria, Tyler Burton. Be a little bit high and inside. Manby throwing some heat here to start the game. 1-1 count to Burton. Wind still swirling from left to right, not nearly as prominent as was at the end of the last game. TRU WolfPack, of course, won the first game today by 1 run in a relatively dramatic finish as Victoria stormed back to try and force a bottom of the ninth. WolfPack were able to avoid that. Some changes in the defensive side of the ball for TRU. Burton somewhat fortunate to take one between the shoulder blades there. Manby tried to throw a breaking ball and it kind of went the wrong way. So Manby loses Burton after having 2 strikes on him, which Manby won't be happy about, I assure you. Burton gets the free 90 down to first base. And that's going to bring Dom Biello to the plate for Victoria. That's ball outside for ball 1. So some wholesale changes on the infield compared to last game for the WolfPack. Runners going. Dolly is throwing. It's going to one-hop. Birch, who's playing second base, spoiler alert, will catch the one-hopper, but Burton's there in plenty of time. See Spencer, the shortstop, having some conversation with Burton. Always friendly chatter between those two. It's going to be a breaking ball just missing on the outside for Manby, so Biello will be looking at a 2-1 count. Batter calls time. I think he got some dust kicked up into his face from the winds here that kind of wreaking havoc a little bit with some of the particulate on the ground. It's going to be a ground ball up the middle. Spencer's going to field it and he's going to go to first for the out. Burton will advance to third. Spencer had no other choice. The slow hopper down the middle. So the WolfPack get the out at first. Burton sits on third, and Keith Manby, for the first time, will face Ryan Deagle this season. Deagle, the home run hitter for Victoria. It's going to be inside for ball 1. Deagle, of course, built that reputation in seasons past, but definitely reaffirmed it yesterday in the first game of the doubleheader where he hit 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 home runs out of the park against the WolfPack. He went 2 for 4 in the first game today with 3 RBIs, no dingers. And he put that one well foul, so the count now 2-2 to Deagle. It's going to be one of the first times that the WolfPack haven't put Deagle on first base when it's open with other runners aboard. So they're going to give Keith Manby a shot here at getting Deagle out, or at least it's going to be low and inside. It's going to be outside edge for strike 2. So the count full now to Deagle. With the Deagle defense on for TRU, that means there's hardly anybody on the left side that's going to give Burton free run to take a massive lead, almost approaching the halfway point down the, and it's going to be a foul ball. So the Deagle defense, for those of you that haven't tuned in for the last couple of games, the Deagle defense is going to come in tight now with the count being full. So they have two, it's going to be a high fly ball out to left field. Cash Talbot's going to be unable to catch it, and that's going to be a fair ball. So the ball lands just outside the outstretched Talbot, and I think it lands literally just inside, if not on the left field line. So the wind actually probably kept that fair. So Deagle wins the first battle between the superpowers, if you will, that being Keith Manby and Deagle. That ball lands just outside the outstretched arm of Talbot, who was in a full-on sprint. And unfortunately, actually, when it came down, it went just in front of his glove and then came back up off the ground. And I think it actually ended up hitting Talbot's shin, and he ended up kicking it towards the left field, the fence on the left side of the field, which even added to it. Nonetheless, Deagle's on second. Burton scores. So the score 1-0 now for Victoria. And to the plate, looks like it's going to be, I think that's Tyson Dimiturko, a second baseman for Victoria, with one out here in the top of the first. That's going to be a high fly ball, well foul into the parking lot. So you're infield here for the TRU Wolfpack in Game 4 of the 4-game series. You've got Noah Sarkisian starting at third base. Carter Spencer starting at shortstop. That necessitated by the injury to Gabe Powell in the first game today. Manny Birch, who usually plays third base for the Wolfpack, is going to go over to second base. Manby gets a call on the outside edge. That takes the count full to Dimiturko. And Lucas Miracle was going to be the first baseman here to start the game, at least for the Wolfpack. So very similar to what they did at the very end of the last game. And that's going to be a line drive out to center field. Kaishek is going to get on it. They're going to have a play at second if he can get that ball in quick. And Deagle, who had taken off, to third on the pitch, able to get back in time to avoid the double up. So two away here in the top of the first. Manby throws a strike for the first strike of the at-bat, so 0-1 count. Left-handed hitter up to bat for Victoria. Braden Riker, the batter. He was a designated hitter yesterday. And he's going to put a grounder towards Manny Birch at second. Birch fields it cleanly, goes over to Miracle at first for the third out. So the Golden Tide score a run, take a quick 1-0 lead. If this weekend's history has anything to say about it, that will be one of many runs scored here today. And the TRU Wolfpack will hope to be able to continue on their hot ways when it comes to their bats as they go into the bottom of the first, down by 1. All right, starting the bottom of the first with leadoff hitter Carter Spencer, the shortstop. Quickly down 1 strike. He'll look at an outside pitch for a ball to even the count at 1-1. That's going to be fouled back to the screen for strike 2. So Carter Spencer down in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Spencer playing second base yesterday in both games. Started at second base in the morning game today. Slid over to short when Gabe Powell came up lame after rounding second base and tweaking something in what appeared to be his right leg. And Spencer's going to go down swinging. It'll be a drop third strike, and he'll be thrown out at first on the drop third strike. Spencer swinging at a breaking ball in the dirt a little bit there. He'd probably want to have that one back. Spencer then came in to pitch the final 2 outs of the the first game today. As the WolfPack had blown what I believe was a 6-run lead. It was down to 1 run at that point. Kai Shek, the center fielder, coming in now to bat. Kai Shek with a strong game this morning. I think he went 2 for 4, give or take. I don't actually have the stats in front of me, just going by memory. And they were both doubles. So Shek swinging the bat well right now, seeing the ball well. And he'll look to try and continue that sort of success as he takes his first at-bat of the 4th game here. Be a check swing. I think they're going to say he did. And they did, and he did. No information yet on the Victoria pitcher. Another right-handed pitcher for the Golden Tide. Be a swing and a miss for Shek, so the count now 2-2. That's going to be outside, so Shek pushes the count to full. And the pitcher is just James Owen, who I believe came in yesterday in the 2nd game. And it's going to be a ground ball up the middle. It's going to go past the pitcher. Second baseman will get the ball. He'll throw it on the run. And it'll be a pretty play to make the 2nd out of the inning. Jared Sucro batting 3rd for the WolfPack. He'll take a curveball. He'll put that down the left field line. That'll be good for 2 for Sucro. Oh, he decides to hold up. Plays it safe. Left fielder did a good job getting that ball in, and that caused Sucro to keep it to a single. So a nice hard ground ball down the 3rd baseline past third baseman that had no chance at it. So Sucro gives the WolfPack life here in the bottom of the 1st with 2 out. It's going to be high for ball 1. That's to Hayden Dolly, the catcher for TRU. It's going to be inside. I think Dolly was waiting for that to bounce off the old elbow guard, but it broke just in time to avoid that. 2 balls, no strikes to Dolly nonetheless. Sucro will take his lead at first with 2 out here. And it's going to be an outside edge strike. So Dolly now looking at a 2-1 count. gonna be outside. Oh, you could physically see the catcher frame that. Usually it's discreet enough that the catcher doesn't have to pull the ball so far in towards the plate. But he did it, and the umpire fell for it. So it's going to be a deep shot to right field. It's going to be over the right fielder's head. Sucro had to jump as he was going on the pitch. Sucro's going to round third, and he's going to score, and Dolly will hold up at second, wisely giving Sucro time to cross the plate. And Hayden Dolly with an RBI double to give the WolfPack another 2-out score, as they have done for a lot of this weekend. WolfPack faithful, happy to see the offense firing up here. Game 4, and Sarkisian's going to put the ball over the shortstop's head, off the handlebar. Going to be a play at home. Oh. And Brendan Grant slides in face first. The throw in was high. The catcher went up. Grant went down. I actually thought that the catcher might have come down on Grant's hand. Grant, and that may very well have happened. Grant can be pretty intense when things are going good, and he very intensely came to his knees with some fist pumps. He might find some puncture wounds in the back of his hand when the adrenaline stops flowing. But Grant scores from second, running for Dolly on the single by Sarkisian. Sarkisian ends up at 2 on the play as they went for the play at home. Sarkisian wisely advances to second on that. And Sarkisian, who had the little shot off the handlebar, dropped nicely behind the shortstop, gets an RBI on that. Lucas Miracle playing first base in this game. He's going to put a ground ball to the third baseman. Third baseman's going to go across the diamond, and he'll hit Deagle square in the chest with that throw, and that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. But the WolfPack with 2 out end up scoring 2 runs, and they take a 2-1 lead going into the top of the 2nd inning. All right, welcome back to Norbrock Stadium here in sunny but windy Kamloops. Game 4 of the 4-game season opening series with the Victoria Golden Tide on the road in Kamloops. Keith Manby, the Game 4 starter, starts off the 2nd inning with a breaking ball strike. I believe it's Tom Plant, the Golden Tide hitter. Not sure what position Tom is playing this game, because I know he's not playing first, which is where he played last game. Manby with a fastball that Plant will foul off, so Manby well ahead in the count early here in the at-bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Looks like Carter Spencer's trying something new at shortstop. He's actually pulled his long pants up to make them into short pants. It'll be interesting to see what happens if he has to do any running. If you missed the backstory, the TRU WolfPack are sporting a new set of uniforms here today. Some nice shiny whites. They look great. The only drawback is, I guess, they were only available in long pants, which not every WolfPack player wears. In fact, Carter Spencer hasn't worn them since Mosquito Ball, so he feels a little out of sorts in them. Has been getting some good razzing for everybody who's not used to seeing him in them. And now he's taking measures into his own hands, apparently, pulling them up and tucking them into his sock. This can be a swing and a miss. It might have been a tip foul, but Hayden Dolly holds on to it. And that'll be the first out of the inning for TRU WolfPack. Manby led the team in strikeouts in 2025 with 43. It's going to be a fastball down the middle for strike 1. Be another fastball. It's going to be fouled off by the Victoria hitter. Damian Cataldo, the right-handed hitter for Victoria at the plate, down 2 strikes. And Manby will put that one low and away. Cataldo doesn't chase, and the count now 2-1. And again with an outside pitch. Manby with 2 strikes on the batter doesn't want to give the batter anything to hit here. He'll start to tighten that up a little bit with the count now even at 2-2. And that'll be a hard line drive right at Spencer, who has to basically fall to his right knee to make the catch. Probably nice to have a little extra padding around the knees of those pants now. So 2 away here after 2 batters in the top of the second. WolfPack with a 2-1 lead after 1. That'll be inside edge for strike 1. Be inside again. On the edge. I don't think the Victoria batter is convinced of that, but he's looking at 2 strikes, no balls. Manby goes back to work. It'll be outside edge for strike 3. So 3 pitches, 3 watched strikes by the Victoria batter. Manby will walk off the field, retiring the side. 3 up, 3 down, and the TRU WolfPack will look to go back to work on the sticks in the bottom of the second. That's going to be a hard line drive. Grounder up the middle by Cash Talbot. I think that was looking at the second pitch of his at-bat. And that hard grounder, I think it hit the ground before it got to second base, but it just kept going, had lots of zip behind it, and Cash Talbot will be on first with an inning-opening single here in the bottom of the second. Charlie McMurrin, who I think will be this game's designated hitter, at the plate. McMurrin will watch strike one. That's going to be inside. It's going to just tag McMurrin as the catcher reached out to catch it. I think it was off helmet, in glove. McMurrin had something similar in the first game, actually, that I thought hit him. This one actually did, so McMurrin will trot down to first base for the hit by pitch. That brings Manny Birch, this game's second baseman, typically a third baseman for TRU, to the plate with 2 runners on and nobody out. Birch squares to bunt, commits late and ends up getting, I'm not sure, he committed, so strike one either way. It looked like it was actually going to be a strike no matter what, so good pitch to commit to. Oh, the door came flying open on the backstop. The wind.
It doesn't lock. Does it? Does it actually lock?
Do you want me to go lock it?
No, I can put it on.
Manny Birch watching a no ball, 1 strike pitch. He's going to square again. He's going to bunt that one down the first baseline. A beautiful bunt. Deagle will grab it just as it's rolling towards the line. So Manny Birch advances the runners, does a job. And that'll put Cash Talbot at third and Charlie McMurrin at second. And Carter Spencer, we're back at the top of the TRU lineup, will come out with 1 out. And he'll look to go to work here. And he'll put a high fly ball left field. Left fielder's going back. He's going to get to the warning track. It's going to be caught at the warning track. Cash Talbot will come across, so Spencer will get credited with a sac fly and an RBI. Charlie McMurrin stuck at 2, not able to advance on the sacrifice. Kai Sheck will come to the plate. And he'll look to move McMurrin around the bases, and he'll get one off the elbow guard, and he'll walk to first. So runners now at first and second, 2 out here in the bottom of the second. Wolfpack definitely are able to perform under 2-out pressure, if you will. At least they seem to be this weekend, and have done a lot of the damage against Victoria with 2 outs. No doubt a source of frustration for the Golden Tide. Jared Sucro will watch outside edge for strike 1. Sucro put a hard ground ball towards the shortstop. Shortstop's going to pick it up, toss it to second. Second will get the force out, and that will end the inning. So 1 run comes in there in the bottom of the second. That'll give the Wolfpack a 3-1 lead that they'll look to defend going into the top of the third, where I suspect that Keith Manby will be back out to continue pitching. All right, here in the top of the third, looks like Carter Sims, who I believe is a Victoria shortstop still. Watching ball one, Keith Manby back on the mound for TRU. Looking around the field, I see no defensive changes. Outside for ball two. Manby had an excellent year last year. Led the team in strikeouts, led the team in wins with 5. He'll get strike one there on Sims. It's going to be a ground ball to Spencer, who's going to catch it on the backhand and go across. He's going to one-hop it, and they'll get the out with Miracle making the catch. So some strong TRU defense. Good job by Miracle, who's not super accustomed to playing first. Spencer had to jump, twist, and throw, and that was a one-hopper to Miracle that he played like a everyday first base pro there. Manby's going to deliver the next fastball down the middle for strike one. It's going to be a foul ball. Looks like Burton will be the batter. Back to the top of the lineup here for Victoria. He's going to be down 1 strike. Ball one to Burton. Some lineup changes for the WolfPack here today, necessitated by some unfortunate an injury to Gabe Powell for one thing, so that definitely changed them, and then some perhaps lack of discipline, if you will, by a couple of WolfPack players who got themselves ejected in the first game. Both, I believe, for objecting to a strike zone by the umpire. That being Ryan Petrie and Manny Birch. So they are not available for this game since they got suspended last game, or sorry, ejected last game, so technically suspended for this game. It'll be a high fly ball. It's going to be very shallow. Spencer's going to try and plant underneath it. The wind will wreak havoc with it, and he'll make the catch. And he'll toss it over to Manny Birch to throw it around the horn, and that'll be 2 out. So things a little bit more challenging for Coach Chadwick here in Game 4. With the unfortunate loss of basically 3 starters right there. 2 due to ejection, 1 due to injury. And that's 1/3 of your lineup that has to be tinkered with. It's going to be a ground ball foul down the third baseline. Dom Biello, the batter for Victoria. Outside for ball one. Biello 0 for 1 today, having a good weekend. 5 for 13 before this game. And that's going to be a little bit high for ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike to Biello. Manby now down in the count. 3 balls, 1 strike, with 2 out here in the top of the third. That's going to be a line drive to center field. Looks like it's going to carry. Sheck is able to get over to it. Makes a nice catch out in right center field. And that'll end the inning as Manby retires aside again. 3 up, 3 down, and the Wolfpack will trot off, looking to try and add some runs again in the bottom of the third. They got 2 in the first, 1 in the second, currently holding a 3-1 lead over the Victoria Golden Tide. Hayden Dolly, the WolfPack catcher in Game 4 here at bat. He's going to hit a fly ball out to right center, and the center fielder, Ty Burton, tracks that down for the, sorry, I got distracted there, for the first out of the inning. Wind, again, kind of gusting all over the place, but you can see that ball up in the air. It definitely goes from left to right. Definitely makes the defensive players work to come up with that ball. Noah Sarkisian, who hit a single. This one's going to be a foul ball down the first baseline. Sarkisian 1 for 1 in this game, I believe. That would be a handlebar shot that he put over the shortstop's head, blooped it into shallow center field. That ended up scoring a run and allowed Sarkisian to get to second on the play. Two strikes to Sarkisian here to start the at-bat. It's going to be a foul ball towards the WolfPack dugout. Just James Owen back on the mound for Victoria. Owen appears to be about 35 pitches in. Definitely has a good strike-to-ball ratio. Looks like it's 27 strikes to 8 balls. He's allowed 3 runs. That's going to be a ground ball to Deagle, the first baseman, who will scoop it and finish the job himself, taking the bag before Sarkisian's able to get into the area. So Owen has allowed 3 runs on 4 WolfPack hits in what will be right now 2 2/3 innings. Lucas Miracle to the plate, hoping to do some 2-out damage in this inning, and he's going to do just that. He'll put a one-hopper that'll go off the glove on the outreached arm of the second baseman, so kind of over the pitcher's head. Second baseman would have had to have made a really nice play to come up with that. So it'll be the 5th hit of the game for the WolfPack here, and that's going to be now in the bottom of the 3rd. Runner on 1 with 2 out, and Cash Talbot comes to the plate. Cash Talbot's going to put a grounder to 3rd. He'll field it cleanly. He's going to go to 2nd to get the 3rd out of the inning. And that will end the inning, and the WolfPack will be held scoreless for the first time in this game. Going into the top of the 4th, defending a 3-1 lead over the Golden Tide of Victoria. All right, leading off the top of the fourth for Victoria is first baseman Ryan Deagle. Deagle 1 for 1 in this game. That was a high pop fly out that landed just outside the reach of a charging Cash Talbot. Ended up landing just inside the left field line to stay fair. As I recall, it actually scored a runner, I believe, Burton, and Deagle ended up on second. So Mamby will go back to work and try and win matchup number 2. WolfPack are in their Deagle defense here, where they've got 8 of their 9 players on the right side of the field. That said, we've seen that Deagle's able to go to the left side. Whether he's doing it on purpose or not, I'm not sure, but that last hit that I just described was, well, right down the left field line. And that's going to be, it's going to be a diving catch by Carter Spencer. That Deagle defense pays off. Spencer just kind of threw himself to his left, and look what he found. Great catch by the shortstop, who was playing in the second base position. And Deagle goes down with a hard line drive for the first out of the 4th inning. That's going to be a ground ball. Oh, a nice play by Miracle. Is going to pick it up and toss it to the pitcher, Mamby. Mamby does some dancey feet there at first base to avoid getting stomped by the charging batter running towards first, and then in his excitement ends up throwing the ball away. So the play was beautiful. The round the horn celebration, not so much, but the WolfPack will take it. 2 great defensive plays in a row. Lucas Miracle dives to his left to make a at least hit saving, probably a double saving play. Grabs the ball right on the right field line, tosses to a charging Mamby, who is Johnny on the spot. Makes a tag to the bag moments before the runner got there. And in impressive fashion, the WolfPack have 2 out here in the top of the 4th. One ball, one strike. I believe this is Riker, actually I'm not sure if he's the designated hitter in this game, but he has been previously this weekend. Oh, that ball was inside edge. Riker actually just kind of hopped away from it as if he thought it was going to hit him. I think that may have influenced the ump just a little bit on the call. Marginal, to say the least. So 2 balls, 1 strike. It's going to be a ground ball towards second. Manny Birch is going to miss it on the backhanded slide. So that ball will get past Birch. Not routine. I don't think they're going to give him an error on it. Manny Birch is typically an excellent defender who would, quite frankly, come up with that ball more often than not, but definitely not a routine play as far as the textbook description goes. So the Golden Tide get their second hit of the game, and they'll have a runner on board with 2 out here in the top of the 4th inning. And that ball's going to get away from Dolly. That'll allow the runner, Riker, to advance to second. And Tom Plant, the Victoria hitter, will now be working with a runner in scoring position here with 2 away. Swing and a miss by Plant. Called strike on the fastball, so Mamby up in the count, 2 strikes to 1 ball. And that'll be a curveball that Plant takes a hack at, just gets a piece of it. Keeps himself alive here in the batter's box. So the count 1-2 to Plant. That's going to be outside for ball 2. So the count even at 2-2 now. Winds feel like they're trying to calm down a little bit. The sun is staying out. We're probably at the warmest point of the day here. It's probably going to be around 9 or 10 degrees here in Kamloops. Miami's going to be high and inside. So the count now full to Plant. Manby was up in the count, I believe, 0-2 or maybe 1-2, so he's going to probably be unhappy with himself if he loses Plant here. And that's going to be a foul ball sprayed into the parking lot to the right field side. Be a pop fly back behind the stadium. Won't even hit our roof, thankfully. Call that the headache maker. So a good battle here between Manby and Plant. I'd say there's 7+ pitches in. Full count with 2 away here in the top of the 4th. And there'll be a swing and a miss with the breaking ball that eludes Plant. So Manby wins that battle. For the 3rd inning in a row, the TRU defense and Keith Manby hold Victoria to no runs, and they will go into the bottom of the 4th looking to add to their 3-1 lead. Designated hitter Charlie McMurrin leading off the bottom of the 4th for the WolfPack here. McMurrin hit by pitch in his last at-bat. He'll watch the first 2 pitches come in for ball 1 and ball 2. McMurrin actually not credited with an at-bat here yet this season, even though he's had several plate appearances, but between walks, hit by pitches, and sacrifice flies, he's still showing 0 for 0 with 1 RBI. McMurrin takes a crack at the, looks like slightly inside pitch. That'll drive the count to 2 balls, 2 strikes here. Just James Owen back on the mound for Victoria. That's going to be outside for ball 3. So the count full to McMurrin. The big right-handed hitter for TRU, wearing his double 4s. And it's going to be outside edge. You see that Charlie wasn't sure how that was going to go. He actually kind of started to reach out, probably wishes he tried to protect on that one. Tough to leave that one on the outside edge with a full count. Was hoping he would get the benefit of the doubt, but that goes to Owen, who gets his, I think, first strikeout of the game. And that'll be the first out of the inning. My apologies. Owen's second strikeout of the game. So Manny Birch now up to bat. First 2 pitches are going to go for balls. So Birch is looking at a 2-ball, no strike count with 1 out here. Nobody on. Bottom of the 4th, WolfPack holding on to a 3-1 lead. Victoria scored 1 in the top of their first. TRU came back with 2 in the bottom of the first to take the lead. They added another 1 in the bottom of the 3rd, and that's where we stand at 3-1 right now. Birch looking at a 3-0 count. And Birch will watch that one come down the middle for strike 1. So a 3-1 count now. Birch has probably got the green light to swing. Some more problems with one of the doors that are embedded into the Norbrock backstop. Kind of flopping open in the wind. Swing and a miss by Birch. So Birch was looking at 3 balls, no strike count. Now looking at full count. That's going to be outside for ball 4. I'm sure as Birch turned to toss his bat, he was praying that the umpire didn't make that call on the outside edge of the plate. It was definitely outside. You just never know. So Carter Spencer, the shortstop, now batting. Got Manny Birch on first, 1 out. Birch is going. Spencer's not swinging, and the ball's going to go way over the second baseman's head. The throw from the catcher, so Birch will get the steal, get that nice shiny white uniform all dirty. And he'll be happy about it as he's still alive on second base. So now a runner in scoring position for Spencer to work with. 1 strike on Spencer. Spencer will watch that one high for ball 1. So 1-1 to Spencer with a runner on 2 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Birch dancing around on his leadoff, and that's going to be over Spencer's head. Spencer just kind of ducked forward, and that ball went right over his back. That's the outside edge call that I'm talking about. So 2-2 to Spencer, who probably won't leave that pitch again if it comes in, just even if nothing else to protect. And he's going to put a grounder past the second baseman. That'll be a single that they're going to send Manny Birch. It's going to be a close play at home here. Birch is going to make the... Birch is going to tag the plate as the throw was offline. The catcher, in fact, abandoned any hope of getting Birch. Spencer, once the ball was thrown home, decided to go to second, and he does a headfirst slide under the tag to stay alive at second base. So Spencer with an RBI single advances to second on the throw home. And that ball's going to get away from the catcher. And Spencer's going to actually go to third and round third. He was thinking about it. It actually took a while for Owen to go and cover home. And I think that's what Spencer was watching to see if he actually did. So Spencer making his way around the bases nice and quick here with 1 out. 1 run in for the Wolfpack already. Kai Shek 0 for 1 today, but 4 for 9 before this game in the first 3 games. So he's swinging a good bat. He's going to put a bloop towards. Spencer's going to go. Oh, that ball's going to get away from Deagle. So a lot going on in that play. So a ground ball right down the third baseline. Third baseman made a nice play to get it on the backhand. He was basically right in line with Spencer, who looked like he was kind of messing a bit with the third baseman, looking to see what he was going to do. As soon as the third baseman showed that he was going to commit to first base, Spencer was on his horse home to throw one hop the first baseman, who wasn't able to handle it, and that actually allows Sheck to go home on. I'm not sure. I think they gave him an error on that, so I won't call it a single. But Sheck drives in a run there with his contact, and that's going to bring Jared Sucro is going to put a nice shot over the second baseman's head. Kai Sheck's going to get the wave home. Jared Sucro is going to read the throw in. The throw is into 2, so Sucro will hold at 1. Kai Sheck comes in to score another run, and the TRU Wolfpack have put up 3 here in the bottom of the 4th with 1 out on a beautiful single by Jared Sucro, who looped that ball over the second baseman's head into the right center gap. So the Wolfpack bats coming alive here in the bottom of the 4th. Hayden Dolly at the plate now, the TRU catcher. Just James Owen will throw back to first to check Sucro. That's going to drop in there for a strike. So the count 0-1 to Dolly. It's going to be outside. The catcher does a nice job to basically throw his body as far towards the first base side as he could. Actually, looks like he hobbled himself a little bit. But he did everything he could to keep that ball from getting past him and did a good job. Otherwise, that would have advanced both runners, definitely. Hayden Dolly looking at a 1-1 count with 1 out here and a runner on 1. That'll be high for ball 2. That'll be off of Dolly's elbow guard. So Dolly will take another hit by a pitch, and he'll go and march to first. Dolly actually led the team in hit by pitch last year. I believe it was 6, at least as far as returning players go. I think he might have had another couple here today, so he'll take the free 90. You can see he's kind of favoring the part of his arm that it hit. Even with the guard, it still stings. But that'll put runners on first and second for Noah Sarkisian, the left-handed hitter playing third base in this game. Waiting for the Victoria coach to clear the mound. Sarkisian watches the first pitch come in high for ball one. It's going to be sprayed back for a foul ball, strike one. Brennan Grant in to run for Hayden Dolly. So runners on 1 and 2 for the Wolfpack with one out here. That'll be high for ball two. Sarkisian 1 for 2 in this game. And he'll fall for that breaking ball. And watch strike two. So count now 2 and 2 to Sarkisian. And he's going to put a ground ball just foul on the first base side. That would have probably scored both runs because that ball had been tucked on the fair side of first, would have gone right to the corner. Swing and a miss, and Sarkisian will go down swinging. And he'll be the second out of the inning. And that'll bring first baseman Lucas Miracle to the plate. Miracle forced into playing first base today. Normally would have been probably occupied by Ryan Petrie, but Ryan Petrie got himself suspended for this game with an ejection in the last game. So some shuffling required. This one's going to be really high but shallow, and the second baseman's going to get under it and make the catch, and that will end the inning, but not before the TRU Wolfpack add 3 runs, which allows them to take a 6-1 lead into the top of the 5th inning. Keith Mamby takes the bump for his 5th inning of work here against the Victoria Golden Tide. Allowed 1 run in the first inning, and that is pretty much all he's allowed, as he has shut them down for the last 3 innings. He's facing Cataldo here at the plate. Count currently 1 and 1. A little bit high for ball two. Cataldo 0 for 1 in this game, 1 for 5 otherwise this weekend. And that's going to peg Cataldo in the shoulder. Like a breaking ball that didn't do what Manby had hoped it would do. So Cataldo will take his free 90 feet down to first base. Batter squares to bunt. Mammy will pick the ball up just short of the mound, and he'll throw it over to Miracle for the out. That will advance Cataldo to second. So Victoria with a runner in scoring position here, and that'll bring Carter Sims to the plate, the Victoria left-handed hitting shortstop. Outside for ball 2. So Sims up in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. Runners going. Dolly's throwing, and Sarkisian's tagging, but not before Cataldo gets there. So Cataldo safe at third. The count 3 balls, no strikes to Sims. Mammy will look to go back to work on Sims here to try and battle back in this count. It's going to be outside edge for strike 1. It's going to be a high foul ball back into the parking lot. So battle back Mamby did. He's now looking at a full count here with the momentum, as Sims was looking at 3 balls, no strikes just moments ago. And that's going to be way outside. Sims will win that battle. Sims will trot down to first. Mamby upset that he let that one get away. Dolly's going to trot out and talk to Mamby and try and make sure that he's able to keep his cool. I see Dolly looking over towards the dugout there. I'm not sure. Mamby's having an issue. It's like Coach Chadwick's going to be coming out to the mound. Guessing this is going to be a conversation for something injury related. Coach Chadwick talking to Mamby, gives Mamby a pat on the back. And they'll bid farewell to Mamby after putting in a strong 4 1/3 inning. Now I got Lucas Miracle running off the field again. I'm gonna guess, I think right this time, that Miracle will come into pitch now. Not sure. Looks like Sarkisian's also coming off of third. So my bet is Birch is going to go back to third. Brendan Grant will come on and go to second. And Sarkisian will go to first. So some shuffling going on here. So a rare mid-inning pitching change for TRU. Maybe it just seems rare compared to how much Victoria's had to do it this weekend. Not that there's anything wrong with them. And Lucas Miracle will take the mound for what I believe is his first pitching action of the 2026 season. He got some preseason work in, of course. But as far as regular season goes, I think this will be the first we see of Miracle. Miracle coming in with a 6-1 lead and 1 out in the top of the 5th. Lots of smiles out there, so easy to smile when you're up by 5, I guess, but I'm sure everyone's aware that that lead doesn't mean anything in this game or in any of the games this weekend for that matter. So hopefully it's an indicator that they're having a good time out there while we're waiting for Miracle to warm up. Get you some out-of-town scoreboards here. It's like Prairie Baseball Academy beat UBC 4-2. Edmonton Collegiate beat UFE 7-6. Okanagan College beat University of Calgary 18-7. And then looks like the University of Calgary returned the favor and beat Okanagan College 18-7. That game's still showing in the bottom of the 9th, but I think it might be over now. Regardless, University of Calgary appear to be up 18-7 if they haven't actually wrapped that up. According to the scoreboard here on the CCBC or Point Streak website, they played 3 times today. Okanagan College winning a third game 12-2. I'm not sure if that was forced by weather. And then, of course, you've got the games here in Kamloops with Thompson Rivers winning what I thought was by 1 run. It says 16-14 on the scoreboard. But winning by 1 run, I thought, in the day game, and they're leading currently 6-1 in this game. UFE beat Edmonton yesterday 11-3, and also beat Edmonton yesterday 3-2 in their doubleheader. So an 11-3 and 3-2 victories for UFE over Edmonton in Saturday play. And of course, PBA, we talked about this earlier, they beat UBC 1-0, but UBC came back and won their first game of CCBC play. They beat PBA 7-6. They were able to withstand a somewhat late comeback by PBA and held on to that game 7-6. So congratulations to UBC for their first CCBC victory. And back here at Norbrock Stadium, you got Lucas Miracle taking the mound. He's being handed 1 out here in the top of the 5th and a 6-1 lead. Keith Manby leaving the game for what seemingly appears to be health reasons. I'm not sure what is ailing Manby, but it could be any number of things. Pitchers' bodies go through a grueling act, and I know that Manby pitches a lot even in the off-season, so, or what it would be the off-season for TRU anyways. So Miracle, although handed a 6-1 lead and 1 out here, he's going to face the top of the lineup right off the hop. So Tyler Burton comes to the plate here for Victoria. Miracle also inherits a runner. I think that was the batter that I believe Manby walked just before he was relieved of his pitching duties. It's going to be a foul ball way out of the park. So Burton quickly down 2-0. Miracle able to get 2 quick strikes on the Victoria center fielder. also their leadoff guy, typically, not in this inning, of course, but he's the top of their lineup, and it's going to be a pitch out. So Miracle and Dolly teaming up for a 2-strike pitch out. Runner didn't go anywhere, so nothing further than that. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Burton. It's going to be outside. Burton thought about it. Pulled that bat back really quick before it became even a check swing. This count is suddenly full, so Miracle, who had built up a 2-strike, no-ball lead, now faces full count. Miracle checks the runner at third, who I didn't even remember was there. So thank you, Lucas. Victoria actually has runners on the corners, not just at first. The inside is going to get rung up for the inside edge, though. Burton was trying to sell it. So Miracle rings up the batter for the second out of the inning, and that'll bring Dominic Biello to the plate. Biello doesn't chase the low and away breaking ball. So 2 out now here in the top of the 5th. It'll be inside for ball 2.
Last year we went down to play 9, we only played 7.
It's going to be hit out to right field. Sucro's going to grab it. Got a line drive that went out pretty much right to Sucro, almost so much at him that it was a surprise to Sucro. He danced around a little bit, basically settled where he started and made the catch for the 3rd out of the inning, and Lucas Miracle comes in and does a masterful job to shut down Victoria, who had runners on the corners when he got in there and nothing doing. No runs scored. And the TRU Wolfpack will go into the bottom of the 5th, looking to add to their 6-1 lead. Sorry, we're just here starting the bottom of the 5th inning. Jet Sinclair will lead off the inning, left-handed freshman hitter for TRU. Am I laughing is because as a freshman or a rookie, typically the players don't get to pick their own walk-up song, and the song that was picked for poor Jet was something no one's ever heard. It was funny to say the least, and Jet found the humor in it as well as he walked up and shook his head as the music played over the stadium speakers. And Sinclair is going to watch a 3-pitch strikeout. So Brendan Grant playing second base for TRU after some changes occurred. He'll watch the inside pitch for ball 1. Ball 6 is going to be a foul ball. Bunch of Golden Tide chasing after it. No one can catch up to it. The ball lands just outside of the Victoria bullpen. So the 3 Golden Tide will reset back to their spots on the field. And Brendan Grant will be looking at a 1-1 count here with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Brendan Grant watches strike 2 come across the outside edge of the plate. You can see Brendan talking to himself. A little bit upset with himself for not taking a hack at that pitch. And that's going to be way outside. I shouldn't say way, but well enough outside to be called a ball. And the count now to Grant is 2-2. That's going to be end of the bat. It's going to roll towards second base. He'll field it cleanly and make the throw over to Deagle at first. And Brendan Grant will be retired for the second out of the inning. Riley Penner into hit for the WolfPack. Be his first at-bat of the weekend. Now a 1-1 count after spraying that last one off foul into the parking lot. He'll watch strike 2 come across the plate. 1-2 the count to Penner. He'll be inside, just inside for ball 2. Looked like Owen was hoping for the strike 3 call there. So Penner with 2 strikes, he'll be wise to protect on anything close. 2, 2, and 2. And he'll watch that one low for ball 3. So the count now full to Penner with 2 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Nobody on. Nobody in yet this inning for the WolfPack, although they have done a lot of damage with 2 outs, and Penner would love to start that here on this pitch. And he's going to foul that one back. Yeah, swing and a miss for strike 3 and out number 3. And Owen and the Golden Tide will retire the side as the TRU WolfPack will take the field for their 6th defensive inning of the game, looking to hold on to and shut down Victoria to maintain their 6-1 lead. All right, leading off the top of the 6th inning here, Ryan Deagle, the hitter for Victoria. Lucas Miracle will throw one high past him for ball 1. The Deagle defense in full form here. The only person on the left side of second is literally Cash Talbot in left field. Deagle obviously known to be a pull hitter to the right side of the field, and the wind blowing left to right is not going to help him at all either, although he did get I believe, a double on a hit that landed just inside the left field line earlier in the game. And that's going to be a foul ball off of his own leg. So Miracle up, 1 ball, 2 strikes on Deagle. Deagle's last at bat was a hard line drive shot that Carter Spencer had to lay out for to make a very nice defensive play on. I mean, they've got 4 people on between the right field line and where a second baseman would play if he was playing really far right. Oh, Miracle must have just missed the outside edge there. That ball's been called a strike a lot today, but Deagle got the benefit of the doubt, and he'll live another pitch here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that's not going to get the benefit of the doubt. That one catches the inside edge. And a bit of an unorthodox around the horn as the TRU Wolfpack all have to throw it while they're running back into their substantive positions. Lucas Miracle appears to be all smiles, happy to get the big out against the big hitter for Victoria. That'll be the first out of the inning, and that'll bring Tyson Demturco to the plate. Demturco 0 for 2 today, has had an excellent weekend, 6 for 13 prior to this game with a home run and 4 RBIs. Outside for ball 2 on Demturco. Be fouled and back out of play. Two and one, the count. Thank you. Miracle falls behind 3-1 in the count, facing Dimiturko at the plate here. I believe Dimiturko is their second baseman. And that's going to be a foul ball back to the screen. So the count now full. Be a high fly ball to left field. It's going to be well fouled. It's going to actually sail into the TRU bullpen. Looks like the Golden Tide are making some changes to their lineup here. Golden Tide with now a runner on first. That'll be a strike thrown by Miracle to the left-handed hitter for Victoria. Be inside for a ball. So the count 1-1 to the Victoria batter. Looks like Braden McDougall is the left-handed hitter for Victoria. He'll watch strike 2 across the outside of the plate. I think this might be McDougall's first at-bat of the weekend, or at least of today. And he'll take a hack at that one. He'll foul it off and stay alive here. That's going to be high, foul, and out of play to the left side. Umpire needs fresh reload of some baseballs. Miracle in about his 26th or 27th pitch here. And that's going to be another foul tip. Wind starting to pick up again out there, as you can see by the flags in the outfield. Good battle here between McDougall and Miracle. It's going to be a high, very shallow fly ball. Looks like Miracle's going to come over to make the catch, which he will right at the third base line. Miracle, who came in relief mid-inning in the 5th for Manby, has done very well holding his own. I think he's now thrown a complete inning. It'll be just outside. Dolly tried to frame it, but couldn't sell it to Blue. Victoria with a runner on first. And Greer Peterson, the third baseman, up to bat for Victoria. Be another outside pitch for ball 2. The inside is going to give him the inside edge for strike 1. Peterson definitely doesn't agree. Can't say I blame him. It'll be outside for a definite ball. So ball 3. So 3 balls, 1 strike to Peterson with 2 out here in the top of the 6th. That's going to be right down the middle. Swing and a miss for Peterson, so the count now full. Runner's going on the full count. It's going to be off the skinny part of the bat of Peterson. That's going to get the runner to third from first. Runner was going on the pitch because it was full count with 2 out, so he had a bit of an advantage there. And Peterson puts one off his handlebar of the bat and bloops it over the shortstop into the left center gap. Strike down the middle for strike 1. So 1 and 2 on the Victoria hitter. And it'll be called strike 3. That'll end the inning and end the threat. Vic will strand runners on the corners. And the TRU WolfPack will go into the bottom of the 6th inning, holding on to their 6-1 lead, which they've had for a couple of innings now. They scored 3 in the bottom of 4 to give them that 6 runs and that 5-run cushion. Having shut down Victoria for the last 5 innings. WolfPack with 7 hits, Victoria with 3. And TRU will look to add more here in the bottom of the 6th as they prepare to take their at-bats. All right, here into the bottom of the sixth, and it's going to be Hunter Graham at the plate for TRU. Be Graham's first at bat of the weekend here, and he'll settle in. See, a left-handed chucker for Victoria on the mound. We've seen a lot of pitching from them this weekend, a lot of different pitchers, but most of them are definitely right-handers. Who's doing the scoreboard?
No one of it. Now,
He fouled away, and the catcher will shake off the pain. So I think Graham's currently at a 2-2 count. Umpire will go out and have a chat with the pitcher just to give the catcher some time to let the pain subside. And it'll be a swing and a miss. So Graham Hunter will go down swinging for the first out of the sixth inning. Ryan Hutink will come out for his first at-bat of the weekend. Hutink, a freshman TRU player. It'll be check swing, but he definitely went far enough. I think it might have been a strike as well. So strike one to Hutink. I think Hutink's from the Langley area. I'm going by memory here, but... And it's going to be inside. That'll even the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. And he's going to put this one into play. It's going to be... Oh, it must have hit him. It was actually rolling on the fair side of third base, but I think it actually hit his leg. So a dead ball will be strike 2. So 1 and 2 to Hutink. He'll watch strike 3 on the inside edge. So Hutink will go down looking, and that'll be the second out of the inning for UVic. Owen Pike batting for TRU. Pike, normally a pitcher, getting some time at plate. This will be his first at-bat of the weekend. And that'll be outside for ball 1. 1-1 to Pike, who I think fouled the first pitch off. Be higher outside for ball 2. Pike from the Calgary area, I believe. And he'll watch strike 2. So 2 and 2 to Pike here with 2 away in the bottom of the 6th. The WolfPack with a 5-run, 6-1 lead. And it'll be a tip foul, so Pike stays alive. That foul ball actually hit the umpire in the mask, which flew off dramatically. So now the catcher will return the favor to the umpire, and the catcher will go out and have a unnecessary conversation with the pitcher, but that'll just give the umpire some time to get the Tweety Birds away from his vision. Pike forces the count to full. teammates in the dugout giving Pike some cheers here. It's going to be foul ball down the first baseline. Again, Pike has mostly pitched in preseason play for the WolfPack, so hasn't had a whole lot in the way of at-bats. He's getting a chance out here in the bottom of the 6th. And he'll foul that one off, so I believe this is what they refer to as a quab. So a quality at-bat for Pike here as he's at full count with probably another 3 or 4 foul balls. He'll foul that one back as well. So a good battle here between Owen Pike and Victoria's Ethan Dean, who's come in to pitch in this inning. Dean from Parksville, British Columbia, on the island. And Pike's going to put that one down the third baseline. That's going to be a fair ball. Third baseman's going to have to come up gunning. And Pike's going to make it to first. And teammates will give Pike a big cheer here. He wins a big battle. And he'll be excited for his first CCBC hit here in the bottom of the 6th, Game 4 of the 2026 season. And that ball literally just went down the third baseline and just caught the edge of the bag. Third baseman actually did a nice job, Peterson, grabbing that on the backhand and making a close play at first. Matt Plouffe came in to pitch last game. He'll come in to hit. Pike has to be careful with a left-handed pitcher on the mound as the pickoff move is... the pitcher has all the advantages, let's just say. Plouffe will swing and a miss for strike 2. So 2 quick strikes on Plouffe here. Will look to keep the inning going. If Pike was hoping to keep his uniform clean, that didn't happen now with the pickoff attempt. And Pike will put one back into the screen for a foul ball. That'll keep the count at 0-2. So the excitement of the quasi-PO Pike coming out to hit and getting on base has put a little bit of energy back in this game here. Matt Plouffe hoping to keep it going, and he'll watch the way outside pitch go for ball 1. And swing and a miss for Plouffe, and that will be the 3rd out of the inning. So WolfPack will go into the top of the 7th with a 6-1 lead. Rumor has it this will only be a 7-inning game due to time restrictions on Victoria side having to get back to the lower mainland to catch a ferry to get home. So they're kind of bound by the ferry schedule. So I believe there was an agreement to make this a 7-inning game before it started. And I guess we'll find out soon enough if Lucas Miracle can hold the Golden Tide to 4 runs or less. The WolfPack won't need to take their at-bats in the bottom of the 7th if, in fact, it is a 7-inning game. So looking around, it looks like all those batters who came in to pinch hit for various players have been swapped back out. And our defense looks relatively familiar here. Cash Talbot is the outfielder in left. Kai Sheck in center. Jared Sucro turns just in time to flash me the back of his jersey. I see that he is the right fielder. Manny Birch is at third base. Carter Spencer at short. Brendan Grant at second and Noah Sarkisian at first. Lucas Miracle back on the mound with his battery mate and usual catcher in crime, Hayden Dolly. First pitch will be outside, gets past Dolly to the backstop. Miracle will be tossed a new ball, and he'll go back to work here against the Victoria right-handed hitter who has paused to tie up his shoelaces. So a new batter for Victoria here as well, Jesse Lesperance. And he's going to get hit by a pitch here, so Lesperance will trot down to first in his, what I believe is his first at-bat of the weekend. So Miracle will look to get that under control before things get out of hand here in what could be the top of the last inning. I know allowing one runner on is hardly something that's close to getting out of hand, but this weekend has been a trend of a little bit turning into a lot. And it's going to be a nice pitch by Miracle. That ball's going to go back. It looks like Jared Sucro's got a bead on it. He'll catch it around mid-distance to the track, if you will. He'll get that ball back in, and Lesperance will return to first base. And that'll be the first out of the inning, and the Victoria Golden Tide will be at the top of their lineup with Tyler Burton coming to the plate. Swing and a miss by Burton. It's one strike on the Victoria center fielder. Swing and a miss for a strike two. So Miracle way up in the count on Burton. 2 strikes, no balls. It's going to be fouled back to the screen. That'll keep the count at 0-2. And it'll be outside for ball 1. So 1-2 the count to Burton. Here with 1 out in the top of the 7th. Victoria has a runner on first and are looking to try and erase a 5-run deficit as they're down 6-1 here. And I believe failure to do so will mean it is the end of, or it would be the end of the game. Miracle resets on the mound, looking at a 2-2 count. There's going to be a line drive out to left field. Cash Talbot's going to go and grab it. Runners will hold up at 2. So Burton with a single here in the top of the 7th puts 2 runners on for Victoria with 1 out. And Dom Biello will come to the plate. Curveball is going to be deep left field. That ball is going to keep sailing left and foul, which is probably a good thing for the WolfPack because that had a lot of distance to it. Biello 0 for 3 in this game, having a decent series up to this point. 5 for 13 before this game started with 2 RBIs. And he's going to watch strike 2. So Miracle up again, 2 strikes, no balls to the batter. Runners on first and second. That'll be a hard line drive foul. Landed well on the foul side of the left field line after it passed third base. It's going to be a fly ball out to right field. Looks like Jared Sucro is going to have a bead on it. He'll make the catch in right, and he'll throw the ball in, and the runner on second will hold. So again, with a deep fly where the runners are not able to advance, great job by the TRU outfield to grab that ball and get it in. Now with 2 out, runners will be going on contact. That brings Victoria first baseman Ryan Deagle to the plate, and the Wolfpack, they won't go into much of a Deagle defense here with runners on first and second. It'll be let's call it a modified Deagle defense. They'll keep Manny Birch on the infield around the third base position. Carter Spencer, the shortstop, will drift over to the right side of second. A fair amount, actually, and they have put the second baseman out in shallow right field. Ooh, just outside. I think Miracle was hoping he would get the strike call on that. It's going to be inside for ball 3. So 3-0 the count to Deagle. Deagle undoubtedly has the green light to swing away here. And with a hitter's count, he might see something he likes. And that'll be strike 1. So Deagle opts not to swing at the fastball down the middle. We've got to look at it here. The count now 3-1 with 2 away. That'll be outside edge for strike 2. So Miracle battles back after being down 3-0 in the count. Count is now full with 2 away here in the top of the 7th. Quite possibly the last inning of play. And it's going to be a foul ball into the parking lot. So Deagle stays alive. Runners will reset. They were going on the pitch, being full count with 2 away. So if Deagle's able to put it into play here with runners going on the pitch, it'll score 1 for sure. And with Tyler Burton being on the base path, even though he's at first base, he's a good threat to score as well. That's going to be a ground ball. Oh, back up the middle. Miracle's going to take it off the chest. He'll calmly reset, and he'll throw the ball to Sarkisian. And that appears to be the official end of the game as the TRU players celebrate. And that, in fact, will be the final out required here at Norbrock Stadium. So the TRU Wolfpack will put one in the books here. Game 4 goes down with a 6-1 victory. They out-hit Victoria 8-4. Victoria being credited with 1 error, the Wolfpack with none. And although the runs for and against will look like they played much more than 4 games, at the end of the day, the Wolfpack will walk away with a 4-win series. And they'll have a great start to the 2026 CCBC season. See some celebrations by the Wolfpack players. Owen Pike quite excited about his at-bat still. Big grin from ear to ear. And that will serve the Wolfpack well here as they battle for a playoff spot. Victoria starting the season 0-4. They'll look to battle back in their next series. And speaking of next series, the TRU Wolfpack will take on the Calgary Dinos starting Friday next week. It's actually hype night here at Norbrock Stadium. And the Calgary Dinos will come to town for a game on Friday night, a doubleheader on Saturday, and then they'll play another game on Sunday morning before heading back to Alberta. And the TRU WolfPack will look to continue their winning ways. Thanks for tuning in, folks. You're up to date in the wide world of WolfPack baseball.